Thing. Oh crap. Wait a minute. Why is this happening? Wait a minute. Oh, I'm not sure you know what's happening, but I can hear my voice twice. And it's weirding me out. Hello? Right. Good, good, good. Now it doesn't do that anymore. Right, so welcome. Welcome. Hello, hello. This is Jake Light, gaming lawyer just service. We're once again back with another legal investigations. Yes, today we'll be doing legal investigations. We'll be doing a kind of a live seminar, as I always done, for you all to learn a thing or two about certain legal stuff. And today, I will be doing specifically YouTube's community guidelines. I'm sure people have read it. I'm just here to give you all a revisional work or a perspective from how a lawyer reads it. But yeah, surely you all and everyone has read the community guidelines, including myself, right? But anyways, yes, we're trying to find out if we've already done for Twitch. If nobody remembers that, probably not, because it was like what, June? Was it June? I feel like when was Pride Month? Yes, June. Pride Month was June, and that's when I started doing the community guidelines, because one thing I wanted to highlight in society, in our content creations and everything, is that we don't want discrimination happening. We don't want hate speech happening. We don't want all that harassment happening. So that was one of the things that I focused when I was talking about community guidelines. And so, but of course, I shouldn't be like biased, right? I should cover everything, not just Twitch, was what I'm trying to say. We should be trying to cover all the major platforms for content creators, which is including YouTube. So it's been, what, almost 3 months since the last community guidelines reading. But I hope this one would still be useful. I know I'm streaming. I'm not streaming on YouTube. It would be appropriate, right, to be streaming this topic on YouTube, but I've set up everything over here. I've really don't see the purpose of doing a stream over there, other than, oh yeah, I'm talking about YouTube. So, but nah. But anyhow, I keep saying but, all right. Not sure why. I hope you all are having a good day, good morning, or good afternoon, good evening, or good night. If you are going to be sleeping soon or resting, or you'll be busy, well, hope you all will be able to see each other, and hope you have a good rest and everything in that order, right? Sure. Scuffed. Anyhow. But as always, before I start, I will warm myself up with a bit of French lessons. All right, so let's go over there now. Okay. Now, let's see. French lessons. Oh, the very first one has broken. Oh, yeah. I should change that. Well, once I start with the live seminar. Ma, catcha and a boy garçon.
Un chat et une pizza.
Un chat et... Wait, what?
Un chat et une
Pizza.
pizza.
A cat and a pizza. Weird sentence. L'homme.
Un garçon mange une orange. Garçon.
Garçon mange
Mange
une
une
orange.
orange.
Tu manges une orange.
Tu manges une orange. Un garçon mange une orange.
Une femme et une fille.
Une femme et fille.
Un cheval et un chat.
Un cheval et un chat.
Chat.
Tu manges une pizza.
Tu manges une... Oh yeah. Totally forgot. I'm gonna open up my chat. Damn! And yeah, apologies for this screwed stream. I would have started stream earlier, but damn, constructional work, renovational work that is happening behind me. I don't think I would be able to concentrate. There was drilling for about 30 minutes like that before it completely stopped. And yeah, that's why. So apologies for the late stream. Right, sorry about that. But I'm here. I'll try to speed up the process, okay? Tu manges une what? Sorry. Tu
Tu
manges
manges une pizza.
une pizza. Tu manges une orange.
Un chat et un cheval.
Un chat
Chat
et un cheval.
et un cheval.
Un chat mange un croissant.
Une fille mange un croissant.
Une fille mange un croissant. Un garçon mange une orange.
Tu es un cheval.
Tu es quoi?
Tu es un cheval.
Oh, are you a horse? Okay, sorry about that. I didn't know that was a real question. Un croissant? Non.
Un chien et un cheval.
Un chat et un cheval. Damn. Can I ask how much do you know about human rights and work laws? Human rights and work laws? Hit me. Let me know. Right? You're talking about employment laws and in relation to human rights or something like that? Just ask your question. No problem. Good morning, doctor. Tu es un cheval. Une fille mange un croissant. Une orange, un croissant.
Tu es un cheval.
Tu es un cheval.
Un chien et un cheval.
Un chien et un cheval. Okay. Because for myself, human rights is more or less very basic stuff that I learned while I was studying in UK. Other than that, I would say it depends on your question. What specifically you want to ask? Employment rights. I've actually done a couple of videos on human rights, research on it. I myself have experienced some stuff that required me to be very, very somewhat prepared for anything in terms of employment rights. Doing well, thank you. Ça va bien. Merci.
Thomas est mon grand-père.
Thomas. Eh?
Thomas est mon grand-père.
Thomas est ma mère.
Thomas est mon grand-père.
Grand-père. Mon grand-père. Thomas et mon grand-père. Oh shit. Well, in Finland, they are trying to pass a law where they can force healthcare workers into work without rest and even force people who have quit into working. That does sound like it would kind of be a bit like slavery. Trying to pass a law where they can force healthcare workers into work without rest and even force people who have quit into working. I would have to look at the bill or the statute that you're referring to. If I can look it up. Let me see if I can look it up. Finland law, health worker. News. Weird. Doesn't show up. Or is it because it's not in English? It's because I'm in Malaysia. Finland. How about Reddit? Does already have it, something on for that? Proposed law could restrict nurses' right to strike. Law limiting nurses' ability to strike re-emerges as healthcare unions plan new industrial action. Looking at a news article from Finland, controversial new law that would effectively force striking nurses back to work is due to come in force in 2 weeks. Most government parties are, however, tight-lipped on their views of the Patient Safety Act. All right, let's look at the Patient Safety Act. Well, let's not look at it. Let's look at the Patient Safety Act. What I'm wondering is, does Finland... Hello, baked potatoes? Hello. Hope you're doing well. I see that you're the first time here. Right now, one of my viewers asked me a question. Supposedly Finland has introduced a law that is forcing healthcare workers to work despite worsening conditions or something like that. I'm not certain what's the environment right now for health workers, but probably be bad as always. I'm doing all right. We're doing a live seminar now, but of course every time whenever I stream, whenever I start streaming, I always practice some French lessons. So let's see. Yeah, we're gonna find out what's happening in Finland. Patient Safety Act, Finland. Huh. I'm pretty sure... Wait. Does it have it in English? Finnish government finds agreement on Patient Safety Act. Well, I'm just looking up news, but does Finland have constitutional laws? Constitution or something like a federal law or anything like that? Constitution of Finland. They seem to have it. Finnish government finds agreement on Patient Safety Act, says Linden Minister of Family Affairs and Social Service Aki Linden was photographed arriving for the government's budget negotiations at the House of State. Say the government has reached an agreement on the controversial Patient Safety Act. It's kind of the bill, right? There's a link to the bill. Is it in English? No, it's not. It's a link to another thing, another news article. Why are all these news articles not sharing the bill itself? Is it not available to the public? I've been needing to start learning French. Nice. And you will find my streams maybe helpful if you manage to catch it right at the very beginning. Because I always start my streams with French lessons. Strike we are having is because healthcare workers aren't paid a lot and the work environment isn't the greatest. Don't think it is. Probably not yet. That's kind of weird if it's not available to the public. Because as far as I know, for Malaysia, whenever a bill is being proposed in the House of Parliament, or however you want to say it, whenever the politicians are debating on proposing a bill to become law, they are always published once they have gone through the first phase or something like that, and the general public will be able to view it to see what's up with it. So at least the Constitution of Finland there is an English version. Oh, there's a Russian version of it. Does Finland speak Russian? Amendments to the Act text. Let's see. If I type employment, is there something in employment? Well, there's something for employment. Equality of Chapter 2, Section 6. Equality of the sexes is promoted in society, activity, and working life, especially in the determination of pay and the other terms of employment is provided in more detail by an act. Okay. Everyone has the right, as provided by an act, to earn his or her livelihood by the employment, occupation, or commercial activity of his or her choice. The public authorities shall take responsibility for the protection of the labor force. The public authorities shall promote employment and work towards guaranteeing for every... I'm gonna put it here so you guys can see what I'm reading. Okay, sorry, let's do that. It's 4:30 a.m. for me, so I probably won't... Oh, sorry about that. Catch it. Everyone out here is striking. Ooh. But the problem is that Marine, our Prime Minister, will apparently fire anyone who votes against it in the Parliament. Okay. How is that possible? That's some weird government powers you have over there. Where the public transport strike, which screwed over the whole country for a few days. Because they get underpaid and none is doing anything about it. Yeah, she definitely sounds crazy. But yeah, right now I'm reading... Normally, it's why I look into the Constitution first is because the Constitution or any federal level law, or basically it is the highest law that available in a country. If there's a tier list ranking, the Constitution would be at the top, basically, and that law, the Constitution, determines whatever the government, who the ruling government is, are able to make laws. What laws are able to be made depends on the Constitution, right? And it is very, very difficult to change anything in the Constitution. Most countries that would have either a simple majority or a major 2/3 of majority to change a constitution. So most likely it involves every politician that is has been represented to able to amend any constitution. But let me see. If it doesn't say anything about not forcing employment and not forcing people to work, then most likely they can make a law like that. The public authorities shall promote employment. When I'm reading this, the public authorities shall promote employment and work towards guaranteeing for everyone the right to work. Provisions on the right to receive training that promotes employability are laid down by an act. So really, it's the opposite. I expected, I guess, because most likely the Constitution just talks about what you have the right to do and not what you can't be forced to do. Right, so let's see. No one shall be dismissed from employment without a lawful reason. Okay, everyone shall be guaranteed by an act the right to basic subsistence in the event of unemployment, illness, disability, during old age. Approval of terms of service of state officials and employees. I don't think this is relevant. Public employees, exemption. Employment. Yeah, so I just searched through the entire thing. There doesn't seem to be anything talking about not forcing you and not having the government not being able to force you to work. But I don't think it is like worded in such a way, because if it's worded in such a way, then it'll be like instead restricting your freedom or some such. Unless your interpretation of forcing you back to work means either you work or you quit. That is the result, or something like that. Meaning, the law is providing hospitals or any place that hires health workers the right to terminate your employment, terminate your job, fire you from your work without with this, using the reason that you're striking is then there would be much more, how do you say, logical to think, right? As opposed to, in my mind, I was thinking like, if you don't work as a health worker, you get sent to jail or something. No, I don't think that's what the act is doing. But I can't find it. I can't find the thing. Where is it? Wait. Yeah. But let's say freedom. Human. Is there like protest? No. Freedom of speech. Each representative has the right to speak freely in the parliament. Yeah, so if you're talking about, how about section 7 of the constitution? Would that be against it somehow? Section 7. The right to life, personal liberty, and integrity. Everyone has the right to life, personal liberty, integrity, and security. No one shall be sentenced to death, tortured, or otherwise treated in any manner violating human dignity. The personal integrity of humans shall not be violated, nor shall not be deprived of liberty arbitrarily or without reason prescribed by an act. A penalty involving deprivation of the liberty may be imposed only by the court of law. Lawfulness of other cases of deprivation of liberty may be submitted or reviewed. The rights of individuals or deprived of their liberty shall be guaranteed by an act. Yeah, so this is more towards courts forcing you to do something. I have to see. I really have to see what this act is really. What the terms of this act is saying about. If it has, I can find that there's a. Let me try to force it. Patient Safety Act, unless it's not worded that way, of course. PDF. Is there? No, this isn't it. Denmark, no. That's weird. That's really weird. The act is becoming law, but there's no public record of it, or at least I can't find it with me using English as a way to search the thing. Unless you could tell me you could find it, doctor. I won't be able to tell you exactly what it does actually. So, but if let's say there's only two things that I can see from what this act is trying to do is either forcing you forcing you to work in a way that if you don't work, the employers, the company, the people who own the hospitals are able to fire you because of your reluctance to work for any reason. That would be the thing that I'm thinking about. Or maybe the reasons are more towards your protests, right? That would be more likely. The other way of interpreting what they are trying to say, restricting you, is if you don't work as a health worker, if you are working as a health worker and you're it's not possible. Like, what I'm trying to say is it's not possible the act is forcing you to work. As in, if you don't work, then you get it will be considered criminally it will be considered a criminal offense. Hello, Sigmund. No, not yet actually. Yet in Finland, we do have the right to strike, but I think the law has still not passed, so the content of it isn't public yet. It's not passed yet. It's reports are saying it's going to be, when is this? 13 September. On Monday, announced the government has reached an agreement on the disputed patient safety bill. Patient safety bill, okay. Is there is it? Because it's a bill, then it would make sense. I can't find it because it has become an act. No, I still can't find it. Not even a bill. Not even a bill. We'll present it to the... Okay, so it hasn't been presented to the parliament. Let me just do this. Kuching. They are trying to pass it, but it's the choice of parliament. Okay. I understand now. So this is the news article I'm looking at. It's from 2 days ago, 13 September. So they're only saying Minister of Family Affairs and Social Services on Monday announced the government has reached an agreement on the disputed patient safety bill and will present it to the parliament on Tuesday, Wednesday. This is weird, very weird. I guess this is your deck. democratic system. This is how you do it. Okay. The bill would effectively enable regional state administrative agencies to restrict strikes affecting essential social and healthcare services and order employees to work under the threat of fine. Okay, so this is what it's trying to do. But I can't really say for certain, but this is what the Minister of Family Affairs and Social Services are saying is what the bill does. Left Alliance Parliamentary Group opposes the bill in its current form and will call for substantial amendments to it in the parliament. Right, so why is it interesting? Why to me is that normally, or at least in Malaysia, it is only the representatives of the different states or different regions and such are the ones that are able to propose laws to parliament. Right now, I'm looking at this news article. It is saying minister, someone that is the current ruling government. I'm not sure. They are also a representative in parliament, proposing a bill, proposing an act, a bill which will become an act, will be enforced, will become law for the entire country. It's weird, but that aside, yeah, it seems like there isn't even it hasn't even come up to parliament. That's why there's no nothing about it, no public record of this bill. So yeah, I guess we can only find out what it actually says. But so now we know what it does. So now we have to find out whether it can do that. Most likely it can, right? As it says, it is basically giving regional state administrative agencies. I'm not sure agencies are considered governmental or not. Maybe not. Could be, meaning to say it is not up to the hospital to fine you. Most likely it's up to these specific agencies, administrative agencies, that if reported to them, they will issue fines to anyone that is striking. But let me see. Strike. Is there such a thing? Strike. Freedom. Freedom of movement, freedom of religion and conscience, freedom of expression, and rights of access to information. Everyone has a freedom of expression. Freedom of expression entails the rights to express, disseminate, and receive information, opinions, and other communications without prior prevention by anyone. More detailed provisions on the exercise of freedom of expression are laid down by an act. Provisions on restrictions relating to pictorial programs that are necessary for the protection of children may be laid down by an act. Documents and recordings in the possession of authorities are public unless their publication has for compelling reasons been specifically restricted by an act. Everyone has the right to access to public documents and recordings. Freedom of assembly. All right, I think this is the one. Freedom of assembly and freedom of association. Everyone has the right to arrange meetings and demonstrations without a permit, as well as the right to participate in them. Everyone has the right freedom of association. This is not really important. This is not really not what we want to know. Laid down by an act. So there should be an act talking about assembly. Right. Sorry about this. Doing this very tangent thing. But yeah, I am actually quite interested in what this is all about. An act for this? Assembly Act. Public meetings. Public restrictions relating to the meeting place, meeting equipment, public events, maintenance of order, sanctions, penal provision discrimination in reach of public contains the penal provision violation of political rights of another. A person who deliberately or go through gross negligence fails some integration and thus compromise public order, security, images of public essentially breaches the issue essentially fails in the performance of breaches of prohibition provided in section 28 under the section should be sentenced. I don't think you're prohibited from so pretty sneaky. But basically, you're not technically or you're not legally prohibited or forbidden to assemble. It's just that you will be fined if you don't work. It might be worded in that way. If you don't work because you were striking. They are basically like saying, you can strike, you can go protest and everything, but we'll fine you. That's how I can interpret what the bill is trying to be submitted for. So that's that. But yeah, I think I've gone on too much of a tangent, and I should be back here. So I hope I tried to make you more, had you be able to understand it. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that is happening. I do hope, at least since it's not been accepted or agreed within Parliament, maybe it won't be approved, or if it will be approved, a lot of changes, a lot of things will be amended before it becomes actual law. So I think the news reporting over that is a bit exaggerated, right? It hasn't become law yet. It is only being proposed to Parliament. When you propose to Parliament, it is a very long process, at least for Malaysia. It takes at least 1 year, at least 1 year to get a bill, an act of Parliament to become law, right? To be agreed, all the changes has to be amended, anything that has been amended, and we have to decide the majority agrees for this bill to be to become law and such. And only once it becomes law, then there will be a time period, there will be a date for it to be actual law, to be enforceable. Right. So, any case, let us continue. Let's try to continue doing this. I haven't really need to finish this French lesson. I'm doing ça va bien.
Où habite ta grand-mère?
Where does your grandmother live? Oui. Ça va bien. Merci.
Le fils de Louis est ici.
The sons of Louis is here. Ma femme s'appelle Alice.
Sa grand-mère est mexicaine.
Wait.
Sa grand-mère est mexicaine.
Mexican. Sa grand-mère est Mexican, but his grandmother is Mexican. Do you have a pet? Animal de compagnie.
Le mari de Julia est mexicain.
Le mari.
Le mari de Julia est mexicain. Le mari de Julia est mexicain.
Julia's husband is Mexican. Well, most of the strike is only a restriction on overwork and shift changes, so nothing to do about not working at all. But yeah, we shall see. Yeah, I mean, if you're striking, means that you'd definitely be striking during working hours. That's the point of striking, right? So definitely they will. That is going to be covered. It's going to be covered. But your bit about Finland Prime Minister being able to fire anyone that is opposing the parliament, opposing the bill, that will oppose the bill, is kind of weird, because that's unless they are talking about representatives that are also ministers, then yes, I guess the prime minister can fire them as ministers, but he can't fire them as representatives. That is impossible. You can't fire someone as a representative. You can only fire them in the governmental department, government section, right? Since let me try to explain. I think most people know this. There's at least in a democratic country, there are three bodies, governmental bodies. One is the court, right? Then there's the parliament. Then there's the government. So the courts are basically all everything a judge, everything that you see or hear where a judge does his work, that's the court. They are their own separate system, judicial system. They're called judiciary. Sorry, forgot about the name. Judiciary. So they are their own body, their own governmental body. They are not supposed to be, all three bodies are not supposed to be affecting each other or having authority over each other, maybe except for certain, very, very certain small parts of the things, like if like a judge committed a crime, of course, police will be able to arrest them or something like that. So in any case, that's judiciary system. Parliaments are the people that are the politicians that you have voted for. They have been elected to represent your region, your state, or your town, your city, or whatever. Then there's the governmental body, the government itself, the one that does all the administrative work. They are the police, they are the ministers, they are the anyone, all those that how do you say? It monitors your currency, monitors your immigration, foreign affairs, the army, all that stuff. They are considered government. So all these three different bodies shouldn't be affecting each other, shouldn't have any influence over each other. So what I'm trying to say is the Finland, your prime minister, if she is saying that she will fire anyone that is going to be voting against the bill, means that they are firing them as ministers. I think at least that is correct, because the prime minister is like the highest, the person with the highest authority to do such a thing. So could be, but if prime minister says that, damn, what's happening over there in Finland? It's not really. The country isn't really doing well. I thought it's like one of the top first world countries, right, or something like that. But apparently not, I guess. Also, thank you for redeeming the first VIP waltz. So yeah, I haven't even finished French lessons yet, but Dr. Marmot here was asked me a question which involved Finland, its government, strangely proposing a bill to Parliament that will restrict health workers from protesting, or at least will penalize them for protesting. So there's that. There's that thing. I try to see if that's correct or true, but as far as I can tell, it hasn't been introduced to Parliament. So if Dr. Mamo, if you're still there, if you want me to, look it up again, or once it becomes a bill, you can share it to me. All right, you can share me here. You can share it on my Discord server, anywhere you want. No problem. Highest authority is the president, but yeah, pretty bad. Oh yeah, you have a president. Over in Malaysia, we only have prime minister, and the only person that is have a higher authority than the prime minister is our royal. Not sure how you say it. Agong, yang tipe Tuan Agong. Basically, the highest sultan here. The sultan with the highest power here. Do you have a son? To peace?
Tu as un animal de compagnie?
Tu as un animal de compagnie. Do you have a pet? Et sa grand-mère est mexicaine.
Tu as un fils?
Tu as un fils? Do you have a son? Wait. Mon mari. No. Son mari. La mari. Wait, no. Is it la mari? Le mari? Damn. Let me see. Le mari de Julia est mexicain. Le mari. Okay. I have to put le over there.
Son
Alright.
appartement.
His or her apartment. Paul wants a pet. Paul veut un animal de compagnie. Mon mari s'appelle Louis. L'appartement. In the apartment. Dans l'appartement.
Thomas est mon grand-père.
Thomas est mon grand-père. Le mari de Julia est mexicain. All right. Right. 1, 2. Then we have a new lesson to do. God damn it. Alright, I'll do this. I won't be able to do. I'm sorry because I think it's been 1 hour, almost an hour. Yeah, it's almost an hour already. Bonjour Bruno, tu peux parler? Hello Bruno, can you speak? Can you talk? Non. Excusez-moi, non, je ne peux pas parler. I can't talk.
Doigt.
Les rues de
Have
Paris.
to. The streets of Paris.
Merci pour l'invitation. J'aime aller au Merci pour l'invitation. J'aime aller au restaurant. Mais ce soir,
Wait,
merci
thank you, Paul,
l'invitation.
for the
J'aime
invitation.
aller au
I
restaurant.
like
Mais
the restaurant.
Ce soir, je dois travailler. Je peux aller
But I have to work. Cette
restaurant
personne peut,
samedi soir.
cette personne peut aller au restaurant samedi soir. This person can go to the restaurant Saturday evening. Une rue importante. Importante. Je dois aller à la gare. I have to go to the train station by going to Paris.
Il y a un chien dans la rue.
There is a dog in the street.
Paris est une ville importante.
Paris est une ville importante. Et
Tu peux marcher?
tu peux marcher? Can you walk?
J'aime marcher dans la rue.
Je marche dans... Oui.
J'aime marcher dans la rue.
I like to walk. I like walking on the road. Down the road. I like walking down the road, okay? Je dois marcher. I have to walk.
Un musée important.
A musée important. An important museum. Can you work here? Tu peux travailler ici? Important bank. Une banque importante. Do you want to talk with me or do you want to walk with me? Tu peux marcher avec moi? Tu peux, oh shit, you want, can. Les rues de Paris. Il veut aller à l'hôtel. Il veut aller à l'hôtel.
Paris est une ville importante.
Paris est une ville importante.
Paris est une ville importante.
Est une ville importante. Tu veux marcher avec moi. All right. Very good. Oh man, I suck at this lesson. Le magasin est tôt. Tu dois tourner à gauche après la banque. You have to turn to the left after the bank.
Gauche.
Gauche. Tu es à l'hôtel? Are you at the hotel? Non, je suis à porte devant l'hôtel. I'm in front of the park. The park in front of the hotel.
Non, Daniel. Ozo, tu dois tourner à gauche. Et après,
It's the same thing. Le restaurant est devant la gare. Non, tu dois tourner à droite. Tu veux aller au zoo? Do you want to go to the zoo? It is the first street to the left.
Tu dois tourner ici.
You have to turn here. C'est la première rue à droite. Nous allons au zoo.
Devant le restaurant.
In front of the restaurant. You have to turn to the left. Tu dois tourner à gauche.
Tu dois tourner à droite.
You have to turn right, to the right.
La première rue.
La première rue. The first row. First street. To the right. To the right, to the right. Ooh. Activated this. Is it working? Yes, it's working. Yes, for today there's my fingers are moving. Go. All right. To the right. To the right. À droite.
Tu dois aller à New York.
Tu dois aller à New York. You have to go to New York. The first street. La première rue à gauche.
La première rue à droite.
La première à droite.
La première rue à droite.
I am in front of the restaurant. Je suis devant au restaurant. Le restaurant. Damn it. Je suis devant le restaurant. Oh, 3 more lessons. Où est ton appartement? C'est derrière la gare, près de mon travail. It is derrière is behind. Is it? Yeah, behind the train, near my work. Près de mon travail.
Meuble.
Meuble.
La voiture est derrière le bus.
The car is behind the bus. L'hôtel est près de la gare ou près du métro?
Tu habites dans un immeuble derrière l'école. Après l'école, les enfants jouent dans ton jardin. Ils veulent habiter dans ton
Près de l'école. L'immeuble est près du café et de la banque. The apartment building is close to the cafe and the bank. It's interesting. C'est intéressant. Intéressant. In entre without an R and an extra S. Okay.
Un immeuble intéressant.
An interesting apartment building.
J'aime habiter à Paris.
J'aime habiter à Paris. Habiter. I like living in Paris. Okay.
Il veut habiter près de l'université.
I want to live close to the university. What is wrong with me? Je veux habiter ici.
Un immeuble.
Un immeuble. Immeuble. C'est musée et intéressant. Intéressant. Immeuble. Intéressant. There is a cat behind the car. Il y a un chat derrière la voiture. Derrière la voiture. Oops. Close to the restaurant. Shit. Près. Près. Le restaurant. Près du restaurant. Shit. Here is two-word phrase in French. Près de. Je suis près du hôtel. Il est près d'ici. Près de. I'm close to the hotel. Je près de l'hôtel. Je près de l'hôtel? Je suis près de l'hôtel. Short was like je don't get short in pure for consonant. Je suis en le croissant. C'est intéressant.
J'aime habiter à Paris.
J'aime habiter à Paris.
Il veut
I
habiter
like
près de
living in
l'université.
I want to live close to the university. He of ill. I always think ill as I because it starts with an I. God damn it. Close to the restaurant. Près de restaurant. Je suis près de l'hôtel.
Il veut habiter près de
He
l'université.
wants to live close to the university. Ah, man. It was not difficult. I was just making stupid mistakes. Fourth and fifth. Ma maison est derrière le magasin de plantes vertes. Combien coûte la veste rouge? Ah, non, non, non. Non. Ma maison est derrière la maison de plantes vertes. Super, great. It is close to here. My house is behind the store of green plants. Great, it's near.
Les ponts de Paris.
The bridges of Paris. Je suis à restaurant mexicain, tout bien? C'est loin d'ici. Je prends le métro.
Loin.
Loin.
Lo-
Où est la station de métro Rivoli? C'est près d'ici, devant la boulangerie. C'est près de la station de métro, c'est loin d'ici.
C'est un pont important.
It is an important bridge. Le pont de Paris. Le
Les
pont.
routes de France.
Le pont. The streets of the roads of France. C'est loin. Shit. From de Paris.
La deuxième rue à gauche.
La deuxième à gauche. La deuxième rue à gauche. Les routes de fond.
La deuxième à gauche.
La deuxième à gauche. La deuxième rue. Second Street.
Je dois trouver un hôtel.
Je dois trouver un hôtel. Je dois trouver. Close to a park. Près au parc. Près d'un parc. Okay. Okay. I have to find the supermarket. Je trouver le supermarché. Je dois trouver le supermarché.
La
There.
deuxième rue à gauche.
Alright. Posture check myself. La deuxième
La deuxième rue à gauche.
rue à gauche.
Je dois trouver un hôtel.
Je dois trouver un hôtel. Près dois pas. Je dois ouvrir le supermarché. Okay, finally. One more, man. I'm taking a long time with this one.
C'est dangereux.
C'est dans. What's it?
C'est dangereux.
What are you talking about?
C'est dangereux.
Oh, c'est dangereux. It is dangerous. Dangereux.
Pittsburgh, c'est la Venise des États-Unis. Il y a beaucoup de ponts.
Les ponts. C'est dangereux. Tu ne dois pas aller sur ces routes. Elles sont dangereuses. Rue dangereux. Dangereuse.
La 3e rue à droite.
La troisième.
La 3e rue à droite.
Troisième rue à droite. Troisième. La troisième.
La 3e rue à
La
droite.
troisième rue à droite.
Un lieu à New York.
Place in New York. The third street. La troisième rue. Les routes sont dangereuses. Un lieu. Un lieu.
E.
E.
O.
O.
E.
O. O.
E.
O. It isn't here. Ce n'est pas ici. Ce n'est pas ici. Alright, ce n'est pas ici.
La 3e rue.
The third street.
Pittsburgh est un lieu important. Il y a des parcs et des arbres.
Pittsburgh. C'est dangereux. Ce n'est pas ici. Non, c'est la deuxième maison à droite. It's the second house on the right. He wants to visit. He wants to visit this church. Il veut visiter cette église. Cette église. Il veut visiter cette église. Église is singular and feminine, so you need to use set.
C'est dangereux
Understand.
ici.
Is it dangerous here? Dangerous. Il veut visiter cette église. Alright. Okay. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay. Damn. It took some time. And I got leveled up. Oh boy. Oh boy. That took some time. Wow. Well, I apologize that took way too long. It's longer than usual. Ugh. But I hope everyone is here ready to learn what the community guidelines and YouTube is all about. right? Oh, let me drink something first. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. I'm good. Mm. All right. Oh man. Are you ready? I am ready. Maybe I'm ready. All right. Let's close this. So we are going to be learning about YouTube's community guidelines. So first off, this is the one. Well, this isn't exactly the one that we should be reading, but it is related because the terms of service is the one that, how do you say, binds us, and anything it mentions is also legally binding. So of course, terms of service is basically, if you haven't seen my last seminar, it's basically whenever you use YouTube, whether you're watching videos or uploading videos or streaming content, all that is considered using YouTube's service. All right. So anything you do with YouTube using its website, apps, functions, features, services, all part of this, all covered by this. And one thing they talk about that you have to be clear, you have to comply with, is the YouTube community guidelines over here. So this is part and parcel to terms of service. If you violate anything here, anything over in YouTube's community guidelines, it is connected to this one, and it will, how do you say, quote unquote, trigger any terms that, if let's say you have violated community guidelines, you might be suspended, banned, striked, or something, anything like that. But we'll learn exactly what sort of a punishment, quote unquote punishment, you will receive if you violate any community guidelines. So let us move towards there. Very interesting way of how YouTube put up structures their community guidelines, which I just briefly looked through, which they somewhat like Twitch, they categorize their things in very in different pages, so it doesn't like everything you have to read is in one single page. There's good and bad to this, but good in a way that it's easy to navigate, bad in a way that if you can't find everything in one single page. That's what my concern is. They even separate the enforcement and everything else in relation to the violations, which is kind of weird. But I guess it is not a normal legal document. So community guidelines is really something only social platforms have. I wouldn't say if you are like using other types of services, other types of services online would have this, because most of the time they are only providing a service that is not involving any type of video or audio visual production, so or any interaction with the service that has some social aspects to it. But of course, Twitch, YouTube are all very huge. They have their own community, everyone has their own community, have made much of it places to share anything in real life, which includes discussing all controversial topics, religious topics, political topics, as well as anything that is sensitive, right? So because of that, there must be some rules and some limitations of what you can say. Even though freedom of speech for some is important, all right? I would say it is important for myself as well to be able to express what I think, how I feel, as I wish. But there is limitations. Why there are limitations is because there are consequences to what we have to say. People do not believe, or people take it very lightly, that the things that we say won't affect people, because the internet has given us so much quote unquote power, as well as anonymity, being highly undetectable, being not accountable for anything we say, makes us feel like we are not talking to actual people. But it is far from the truth, right? As of now, what I'm doing, I'm exactly providing a platform to discuss things, to talk about things, to teach things, and I try to be as responsible as I can, right? So let me, before I start, let me again address this, all right? I would say there's going to be something coming up again, which is, I think I will go with that first, because it's relevant to what recently happened, right? I think I can chew in this topic while I discuss about community guidelines, but I'll talk about it after explaining how to read through this document. From what I can tell, it's very easy to go through it, but there's a way to make more sense to it before like reading everything like clause by clause, like from 1 to 10. We shouldn't be doing that. If let's say you have never seen this document before, we shouldn't. For me, I would say I will have to try to understand how everything works, then only see what's the content inside. So why I'm saying that is because community guidelines, very simply put, are things that you shouldn't be doing, and there might be things that contain that YouTube encourages you to do, right? So that is the main meat of community guidelines. The rest of it, which is equally important, is how all this comes back to us as viewers, as content creators, as well as anyone in between, right? Anyone that is able to use this platform to communicate in any way they can has to follow the community guidelines as well, right? So without further ado, let's see what the first page is all about. It is an overview of the entire community guideline, which I think they're going to be really providing baby steps to explain all these things. So let us just read it, okay? YouTube has always had a set of community guidelines that outline what type of content is allowed on YouTube. These policies apply to all types of content on our platform, including videos, comments, links, and thumbnails. Our community guidelines are a key part of our broader suite of policies and are regularly updated in consultation with outside experts and YouTube creators to keep pace with emerging challenges. Right? Policies, we'll see what this is about. Policies of viewers around the world use YouTube to express these ideas, opinions freely, and we believe that a broad range of perspectives ultimately makes us stronger, more informed society. When we disagree with some of those views, that's why we have policies to help build a safer community. Right? This is like more like the overview of everything, of what has to be followed in their policies. I think in the TOS itself, yes, as policies as well, right? And policies as well. So this is like what are the policies? So community guidelines is one of them. Copyright is one of them. That's something I will talk about in a following session probably. Monetization policies and legal removal. Since it is available, we have processes in place to comply with local laws. So apparently there's this thing as well, right? Which I think often happens in YouTube, like videos getting removed in certain regions only, in certain countries only. So there's that, right? So policies isn't really anything different. It's just an overview of the community guidelines and everything else that we have to follow, we have to comply with, other than the terms of service. So this first sentence, I don't think I should really explain it. It just tells you, yeah, community guidelines are things that you shouldn't do, right? And all these things that covers are your videos, your comments, links, and thumbnails. All types of content. So it's not limited to just these things. All right. So it could be your streams, could be your streams, your audience, your chat, description, anything. All of that is considered content. At least since it doesn't describe anything, or it doesn't give a definition for what content is. As always, when we try to talk about this sort of legal documents, if they don't define a specific technical word or a specific general word, then we just use its original meaning to it. And its original meaning could be very, very broad. So there's that, right? We enforce these community guidelines using a combination of human reviewers and machine learning and apply them to everyone equally, regardless of the subject or the creator's background, political viewpoint, position, or affiliation. This is, I would say, just their PR. Told them what to say. Personally, I wouldn't say this is true. This is something I have to say, but in practice or in practicality or in actual reality, a lot of times the community guidelines aren't being enforced equally. They are not being enforced equally, right? It happens so many times. There's so many occurrences to this. There's so many famous YouTubers mentioning this problem exists. So we can be rest assured this isn't true, but they have to say it. I guess if they don't say it, then people would probably assume they would otherwise believe even more, if not already, that they aren't applying these rules equally. Okay? Because they mentioned human reviewers and machine learning. How much of it is human reviewers or how much of it is machine learning? We will never truly know. Because somehow being transparent about these things is it's not good for the company, maybe. So anyway, that's speculations. I don't want to delve into that too much. But anyways, but in principle, we should all be equal, right? All rules should be enforced equally. But that is not the case, which is something Twitch actually says about. I'm not sure what if they do have a exception to this rule. Twitch themselves in their community guidelines, they did say whenever they want to enforce any community guidelines, they have to look into the various factors. So I would say that's the total opposite of what YouTube here is saying. Is that Twitch, when they enforce their community guidelines, they don't enforce it equally. They look at the surrounding factors on any violations. So that's that, right? That's that. But these are all fancy things. At the end, it all comes down to actual enforcement. Our policy is aimed to make YouTube a safer community while still giving creators the freedom to share a broad range of experiences and perspectives. So that's that. I don't think I have to explain it. So now everything down here is talking about all the different categories of the rules that you should be looking at. All right. They have spam and deceptive practices, they have sensitive content, they have violent and dangerous content, and also regulated goods, as well as misinformation. Which I think I will start with this one first, then work our way from other things. Because this is something that is, I would say, most prevalent in a lot of content. And recent thing that, and of course what has been recently happening all over in different platforms, social platforms. But before that, we need to know what happens if you don't follow these community guidelines. All right, because there is this developing community guidelines. I don't think this is really important to understand. It's just them telling you that they will keep on adding new things. Each of our policies is carefully thought through so they are consistent, well-informed, and can be applied to content from around the world. They're developed in constant consultation with a wide range of external industry and policy experts, as well as YouTube creators. New policies go through multiple rounds of testing before they go live to ensure our global team of content reviewers can apply them accurately and consistently. The work is never finished, and we are always evaluating our policies to understand how we can better strike a balance between keeping the YouTube community protected and giving everyone a voice. So, not much to say about this. I would say this is just to tell you that they will keep on adding new things. But one thing I don't like about this community guidelines is they don't have a date. They don't have a date on this. Maybe once I click on them, maybe they will have something in it. No, they don't. They don't have a date. So that is a problem that I can see. Is if there is something new added into it, you will never know until you check everything. So that is a problem. Compared to Twitch. Twitch has all their legal documents dated in terms of when it was last updated. So take note of that. YouTube, maybe put a date on it. Well, they're never gonna be looking at this, but yeah, there's that, right? So, of course. So now we have to find out what's the thing, what's the deal. If you don't follow the community guidelines, what happens to you? What's the seriousness of this, right? How does YouTube enforce its community guidelines? 500 of hours of video are uploaded to YouTube every minute. That's a lot of content, which is why our team comes together to make sure that what you see on our platform follows our community guidelines. To do that, we combine the power of advanced machine learning systems and our community itself to flag potentially problematic content. Our expert reviewers then remove flagged content that violates our community guidelines. So, yeah. Okay. Not much. I guess I have to watch the video to see what's up. I see no problem watching a YouTube video explaining things, right?
Hi, I'm
How long
Jennifer
is this?
O'Connor,
12
Product
minutes.
and Intelligence teams for trust and safety at YouTube. We're responsible for analyzing the risks faced by YouTube and our users in the future.
Okay, I just skip the intro.
First of all, any logged-in viewer can report a video or comment that they think is harmful. We call this flagging content. But not every viewer may recognize the types of symbols, logos, or coded language that a terrorist organization might use, for example. And that's why we also have a Trusted Flagger program, which we created for government agencies and NGOs with expertise in specific areas.
Okay.
We're particularly effective at reporting content that violates our community guidelines and have access to policy training and a prioritized line of communication with our trust and safety teams. It's worth bearing in mind that just because someone flags a video, it isn't necessarily removed. And that applies to our Trusted Flaggers as well.
But by far and away, our most powerful detection tool is machine learning. Machine learning has been a game changer when it comes to proactively identifying harmful content at the type of scale we see on YouTube. In a nutshell, machine learning is a way to teach computers what we want to find by showing them examples of what we're looking for. Machines are then able to take these examples.
Why don't you call it artificial intelligence?
To make predictions about new examples to find things that match.
So if we want
This is AI tech.
to search for videos featuring dogs, we would show it many examples of what a dog looks like, as well as examples of what it doesn't look like, so that it knows what to find and what to avoid. Our machine learning systems would then analyze pixels and colors and shapes to find everything that looks like a dog.
I actually have no idea whether this is a thing that YouTube does.
Finding specific types of harmful content on YouTube is a bit more nuanced than that. Our machine learning systems are on the lookout for harmful content 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
They are not looking at the camera. Of course, they are not looking at the camera.
On a much greater scale, and in a fraction of the time it would take a human to do the same thing.
We've been investing in machine learning to help us detect harmful content since 2017. It was first introduced to flag violent extremist content for human review. And following positive results, we've been able to successfully train machine learning technology across a range of challenging content areas.
I don't think I really need to learn this.
Today, more than 90% of the content that
What happens to flag content? All right, need to learn this.
Some harmful content is immediately removed by our machine learning systems.
Immediately removed, okay.
They are highly confident that it violates our community guidelines, or because they've removed similar content in the past, such as spam.
Okay.
In all other cases, if a video or comment is flagged by our community or detected by our systems,
yes,
and the systems can't be sure whether to remove it or not, it's up to our highly trained team of content reviewers to make a decision based on our enforcement guidelines.
We have reviewers in time zones across the world who are fluent in multiple languages, so we can respond to flags from our community, trusted flaggers, and our systems around the clock. They remove content that clearly violates our policies. For example,
so meaning to say
activities of a terrorist organization, since it violates
flag
policy against violent.
Meaning to say flag videos are if they are not immediately removed, meaning to say they aren't being they won't be removed by automatically by their system. It will always be a person that removed them if it is only be removed after a certain period of time. So it will always be a person, a human reviewer doing that. Okay?
Extremism, as well as a video on an amateur science channel featuring a live grasshopper being microwaved, which violated our violent or graphic content policy.
Okay.
However, if our reviewers decide flagged content doesn't violate our community guidelines, they'll leave that content up. We apply the same rules to content across the board, no matter what the subject or who the creator is. Our reviewers make decisions based on comprehensive enforcement guidelines and are very well calibrated on where the line is to make sure our policies are enforced consistently.
Exceptions to your policies.
Can make exceptions for content that might seem at first glance to violate our policies, as long as there's a strong enough reason for it to stay on our platform. We call this EDSA content, which stands for educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic.
EDSA exceptions are important to us.
I would understand. Yeah, that's very reasonable for exceptions.
From harmful content.
That means we can continue to feature things like stand-up comedy routines containing offensive material, as well as raw, sometimes violent news footage shared by journalists or NGOs.
For example, We gave an EDSA exception to a documentary about an alleged cure for homosexuality that contained people making claims of inferiority, but only because the content was designed to expose and condemn the subjects of the film. Also, while we don't allow content targeting minors with insults or bullying, we may allow content that shows this as part of an educational anti-bullying campaign.
To help determine whether a video might qualify for an EDSA exception, we look at multiple factors, including the video title, description, and the context provided. These are nuanced decisions that only a human reviewer can make, and we use those decisions from our reviewers.
That is quite fair, quite reasonable to do.
Can make, but on a much greater scale.
That's why being a reviewer involves
What happens when
training
YouTube
and
removes a video?
The reality is that the vast majority of our creators never break our community guidelines. If we do remove a video because it violated one of our policies, then we notify the creator to let them know what we've done and why we've done it. The first time, they may just receive a warning, but after that, they could get a community guidelines strike, as well as restrictions placed on their channel, such as not being able to upload videos, live streams, or stories for at least a week.
Okay.
Strikes in 90 days, and you're out.
Yes.
In the earliest days, we relied on the 3-strike system, since it gives everyone a chance to review and understand what went wrong before they face more severe consequences. And it works. 94% of those who receive a first strike never go on to get a second one.
If there's clearly no chance of a channel learning from its mistakes,
What's 2%?
for example, if a
Prof.
channel is clearly dedicated to violating our policies, such as a channel owned by a terrorist organization, or when a violation is egregious, such as uploading content that sexualizes children, we may skip the strike system and remove the account altogether.
Again, as with any system, we sometimes make mistakes and remove a video we shouldn't remove. Like when a reviewer removed a video for what they thought was a violation of our misinformation policy, but it turned out to be a parody video that was apparent to most users. So when we notify creators that their videos are removed for policy violations, they receive a link to appeal our decision. If they appeal, we'll review the case, and then the decision is either upheld or reversed.
What difference are you making?
Thanks to the hard work of our reviewers, as well as the teams behind our machine learning systems, we remove millions of videos, channels, and comments each quarter for violating our policies.
1 billion
You can
comments.
find a summary of our Community Guidelines Enforcement Report on the How YouTube Works website. And if you'd like even more detail, we publish the entire Community Guidelines Enforcement Report online every 3 months.
It's our responsibility to remove content that violates our community guidelines. But yes, sometimes harmful content gets through our systems. Sometimes we remove things we shouldn't remove. But when we make mistakes, just like our machine learning systems, we learn, adjust, and get better. And by making sure we have the right policies in place, investing in our teams, and developing technology, we're getting better all the time.
For more information about what we're doing to create a responsible platform for our community, visit the How YouTube Works website.
Hard to... They put it very, very, how do you say, positive in what they are capable of doing. But, again, this is YouTube saying all the things that is good about its machine learning and its reviewers. But of course, we know the reality is that there's a lot of channels that are still in YouTube, or channels that are really against certain groups of people, or groups of religion, or groups of ethnicity, race, country, anything like that. There's tons of channels like that, I believe. I do not really look for them, but it has been shared through other social platforms. So there's that. So I can't say it. Also, like the obvious ones would be, they talked about journalists, basically news channels, are allowed to post videos that would normally be flagged for whatever violations of against their community guidelines. So I can think of like there are actual news that are very biased, like news channels that are very biased. Can you say you are not removing them, even though they are technically providing misinformation? Right? I'm not gonna be saying which news channel, right? But you obviously know what I'm talking about. Wherever you are, there's gonna be a news channel or a supposedly a reputable platform that provides news or information or how do you say, discoveries, anything like that, that people would believe in, right? So I don't know. They put it so nicely that if everything is perfect, everything, there will be no misinformation happening at all in their platform. But I doubt it. I doubt it very much. If they are capable of doing that, I believe we would have a lot less mismanagement of the pandemic. Because I would say YouTube is one of the platforms that spread a lot of the misinformation. I think it's because of that they only started, or at least seem to be doing things that are trying to manage the misinformation. So there's that. So I am not certain. Whatever they are doing, there's no actual exception. There's no again, I don't think they apply their rules equally. Is what I'm trying to say. They don't, absolutely don't. But of course, I know, but could be very difficult. Could be very difficult since they say millions and hours and hours of videos being uploaded every minute or something like that. So might be difficult, but I mean, I don't think it's the ones that are like channels that only have like 100 subscribers or 1,000 subscribers, 10,000 subscribers. It's always the channels that have huge and tons of followings, millions, if not hundred thousands, if not millions of subscribers, right? Those are the ones that are influencing the majority of people of what they believe in. So that's one problem. I'm not sure whether YouTube really has tried to enforce their community guidelines. They are done anything against those channels. Could be maybe some. Can't say. I can't say. Right. But I definitely don't feel like they did their job. I've not seen the actual fruits of their work, so to speak. But yeah, in any case, weird. They are like trying, I would say, using videos to explain the community guidelines. Is a weird way to use as a medium to write down their to explain and clarify what the entire community guidelines is all about. Pretty weird. Because sometimes when you put it in video forms, things might be misinterpreted, words might be minced. So I don't like this. I don't like this format of how they put it as videos. Okay, let's move to detecting violation. I think they already explained in their video pretty weirdly. So I don't. Yeah, watching that entire video is talking about enforcement community guidelines. So I don't think I have to really go into too much of it. we'll see what else, what everything else they have talked in their videos, haven't written about in here instead. How does YouTube identify content that violates community guidelines? With hundreds of hours of new content uploaded to YouTube every minute, we use a combination of people and machine learning to detect problematic content at scale. Machine learning is well suited to detect patterns, which helps us to find content similar to other content we've already removed, even before it's viewed. We also recognize that the best way to quickly remove content is to anticipate problems before they emerge. Our intelligence desk monitors the news, social media, and user reports to detect new trends surrounding inappropriate content and works to make sure our teams are prepared to address them before they can become a larger issue. You know what? I'm gonna be like, just Google this. I'm not good with it. Search. I'm gonna go somewhere else and search. Using my incognito in YouTube to search for things that are not good for the community guideline. In violation of the community guidelines, as I'm trying to say. Let's try searching for vaccines are bad. Vaccines are bad. Why US? Okay. Why US anti-vaxxers will refuse the coronavirus vaccine? Man with vaccine side effect has message for the unvaccinated. Yep. Side effects of vaccine, how high is the risk? Why vaccine mistrust is growing? Why I learn from parents who don't vaccinate their kids? Vaccine skeptics. Alright, most of it is news, which might be the problem itself, I guess. Right, Nazarene believes the COVID-19 vaccine is unsafe. Unvaccinated. Vaccines, good information, bad information. Okay. There's a lot of bait questions, like bait thumbnails, bait titles, which, you know, I don't think is appropriate. But, man. Yeah, I don't think as there is some, I guess, there is some that it can be construed as, you can't really tell just by looking from the thumbnail or from the title that they are promoting, like, they are against vaccination or such. They always word it in a bit of it on the neutral side. But still, there are, most of it is news. And the thing about, the problem with machine learning and trying to find out what is misinformation, not misinformation, is probably very difficult. For if YouTube relied on just its machine learning. But again, they what I'm trying to point out is they sugarcoat it. They try to present their community guideline enforcement as being very, very effective. I would say I don't agree to that. There are things that are not removed. I can see potentially harming people still. So there's that. Well, in any case, I don't think it's really relevant to our reading of the community guidelines. Whatever they explain, really. As I always try to read through this sort of agreements, legal documents, whenever they try to explain things, it is irrelevant to me. It doesn't give me anything. yes, I know how you do things, but I would be much more interested in knowing what you can and can't do. But of course, in community guidelines, it's not much on what YouTube themselves can or cannot do. It's just what they will be doing, what action would be taking. I don't think they can really say much about that. So I would say, for me, talking about detecting violations, allowing EDSA content, and taking actions of violation. Detecting violations, this part of the agreement, this part of the community guidelines, I don't find it useful at all. It might, because the things they say, I can't tell that they are actually right or wrong, unless I'm YouTube itself, I'm the service itself. Then I would be like, yes, the system is working efficiently. No, I can't tell. However you want to explain it, however you want to say how efficient you are, at the end, I need some sort of a actual proof of that. But for me, reading through the community guidelines, I don't even care whether you are efficiently or effectively enforcing your community guidelines. That is not why I look into community guidelines personally, as I would say. But yeah, so is there a way for a broad... No, let's just read the rest of it, alright? Just read. For completion's sake, we'll just read it. Is there a way for the broader community to flag harmful content? The YouTube community also plays an important role in flagging content they think is inappropriate. If you see content that you think violates community guidelines, you can use our flagging feature. Right. Report inappropriate videos, channels, and other content on YouTube. We rely on the YouTube community. What happens after I report content? It's not automatically taken down. Reported content is distributed along these guidelines. Content that violates our community guidelines is removed from YouTube. Content that may not be appropriate for younger audiences may be age restricted. Check if a video that you reported has been removed. You can view your report history. Right. So these are all how you can report things. So what are the things that you can report? Is something I would like to know. Is this something I can look into? Can I report this one? Yes, I just want to see what you can report. So you can report sexual content. You can report violent or repulsive content. You can report hateful or abusive content, harassment or bullying, harmful or dangerous acts, child abuse, promotes terrorism, spam or misleading, infringes my rights, copyright privacy, all that. Alright, I actually just want to see what happens if I do this. Right. Submit error. Yeah. This is what I think this is the thing I researched on actually. At the time when I made videos about copyright. It's basically it's either for Twitch or YouTube. That I researched on it is whenever everything else you report is going to be submitted for YouTube or Twitch to review. But if we are talking about copyright, if you are trying to report someone for copyright infringement, it doesn't immediately it won't be immediately sent to YouTube for their review. Instead, they only allow copyright holders, the actual people who own the copyrights, I believe they are being used by other people without their permission, can only do the actual copyright claim or copyright report against those people. So that's that, right? So certain things they don't really tell you. Like right now, they don't tell you. Some things are only can be reported to fire by some people and not. But yeah. In any case, they have this system, just like Twitch. So let's just move on. We developed the YouTube Trusted Flagger program to provide robust content reporting processes to non-governmental organizations with expertise in the policy area and government agencies. Participants receive training on YouTube policies and have a direct path of communication with our trust and safety specialists. Videos flagged by trusted flaggers are not automatically removed. They are subject to the same human reviews as videos flagged by any other user, but we may expedite reviews by our team. NGOs also receive occasional online training on YouTube policies. I believe one thing that they didn't mention is you can't mass report something. Mass reporting is we're gonna find out. All right, we're gonna find out. But at least for Twitch, mass reporting, like by a bunch of different people immediately for some reason, if it's found out to be not substantiated, that is something that is against community guidelines. At least for Twitch, we will find out if there's a thing here as well. Right. I think we've done all of that stuff. How does YouTube treat educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic content? So, ETSA. Sometimes videos that might otherwise violate our community guidelines may be allowed to stay on YouTube if the content offers a compelling reason with visible context for viewers. We often refer to this exception as ETSA, which stands for educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic. To help determine whether a video might qualify for an ETSA exception, we look at multiple factors, including the video title, descriptions, and the context provided. So all of this has been explained by the video much more better. Apparently this is not really good. Okay, read more about how we treat ETSA content on YouTube. Maybe this is something that they talk about in depth over here. Yeah, they talk about it more in depth. Should we read this? Look at how we treat educational and document-centric. Yeah, I don't think we should read this. There's more like explaining what ETSA is, but since we have the general idea what it is, I think we're fine. Because again, knowing how they enforce things or knowing what the exceptions are isn't really helpful to us. Per se, unless you're making educational, scientific, or documentary, artistic content. Yes, maybe you want to learn this, right? Learn what exactly means to have. But as far as I can see, just like quickly glancing through this, they don't exactly tell you. They have examples, of course, examples of what can be for use as an exception for ETSA, but it's a tricky thing. You have, whenever you have to like cover some sort of a controversial topic, or topic that will violate community guidelines, it has to be very carefully done. Whether or not there is a community guidelines in it, because of how problematic if you do it without any caution, right? Talking about minors, talking about hate speech, violence, World War stuff, like nudity, of course, like pornography is not allowed. Yes, this is when it can have scientific value. Physical examination, yeah, like anatomy, educational stuff, human anatomy, all this stuff I think is allowed. Artistic purposes, that is allowed, should be no problem. But yeah, I wouldn't say that you might be able to use this as a guideline, use this as a guide to make this sort of videos. I would say better go and watch videos that tell you how to make documentaries, or tell you how to make educational videos or artistic videos as such, rather than using this as a way to find out if you can do it, right? Anyhow, let's move on. Then taking actions. This is the one I would say the most relevant in reading a community guideline and reading a legal document. What actions does YouTube take for content that violates community guidelines? Machine learning systems help us identify and remove spam automatically, as well as remove re-uploads of content we've already reviewed and determined violates our policies. YouTube takes actions on other flagged videos after review by trained human reviewers. They assess whether the content does indeed violate our policies and protect content as an educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic purpose. Our reviewer teams remove the content that violates our policies and age restricted. Okay, so this is whatever they just talked about in the video. So what is actually about removing content? What does that mean? If they decide it violates the community guidelines, we remove the content and send a notice to the creator. So remove content, send a notice to the creator. First time, remove content, I think this is good to know. First time, receive a warning with no penalty. After one warning, issue community guideline strikes. Okay, what is community guideline strikes? To the channel and account. We'll have temporary restrictions. I like this word. Including not being allowed. Including not being allowed. So whenever they say including, it means it's not limited, I would say. These are just examples. Not being allowed to upload videos, live streams, or stories for a week period. Okay, 1 week period. That's not really bad when you think about it. Not being allowed to upload videos, live streams, or stories for a week period. That's one strike, of course. Channels that receive 3 strikes within a 90-day period will be terminated. Yeah. This is something I researched as well last time when I talk about copyright stuff in my videos. Channels that are dedicated to violating our policies or that have a single case of severe abuse of platform will bypass our strike systems and be terminated. Dedicated to violating our policies. Single case of severe abuse of the platform. Bypass strikes. And terminated. All strikes and terminations can be appealed if the creator believes there was an error, and our teams will review the decision. Then more about community guideline strikes. Appeal of community guideline strikes. I think this is relevant to knowing. Age restricting content. Sometimes content doesn't violate our community guidelines but may not be appropriate for viewers under 18 years of age. In these cases, our review team will place an age restriction on the video so it will not be visible to viewers under 18 years of age. Alright, logged out users or to those who have restricted mode enabled. Creators can also choose to age restrict their own content at upload if they think it's not suitable for younger audiences. Oh, hello, Onyx. If one channel is terminated, can I still make a different channel with the same account? Well, of course you can't. Well, you can try, but they like Twitch, all right? They will know you're using the same account because to have a YouTube account, you must first have a Google account. I'm pretty sure Google owning YouTube has all the system connected with each other, as both the Google account system and YouTube account system connecting with each other. So if you were terminated in one channel using the same Google account to create a different channel, you'll be most likely, if depending on what were you terminated for, your second account, your second YouTube account will be faced with the same consequences as well. Of course, this isn't said over here. It's actually mentioned here in the terms of service. All right, I think down here somewhere, which I already talked about last week. See over here, terminations and suspensions by your YouTube reserves the right to suspend or terminate your Google account or access to all or part of the service. Materially or repeatedly breach this agreement, we are required to do so to comply with legal requirement that has been contacted creates blah 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 blah. So they can do whatever they want with your Google account, not your YouTube account only. Alright? So materially or repeatedly breach this agreement, even though this is about terms of service, but terms of service includes community guidelines. If you breach over there, it is also considered a breach of the terms of service here as well. So okay, they can take actions under the community guidelines as well as the terms of service. All right. So there's that. But yeah. Now, this thing, age restriction content. I would like to know what exactly it does. Optional setting you can use. This feature can help screen about potentially mature content you otherwise using your device may prefer not to view. Control restriction for your family. Learn more about we may use. You can't view comments on the videos you watch. Okay. If your browser or device supported the system speakers and smart displays. So this doesn't tell me much other than restricted modes doesn't let minors watch your video, as well as minors can't see, or anyone can't see the comments. Is that right? Let me go back there again. Age restricted account content. Learn more about age restricted content. What happens if the content is age restricted? Not viewable to users who are under 18 or signed out. Cannot be watched on most third-party websites. Websites says directed. Once there, they can only view the content when signed in and over 18. Make sure that no matter where content is discovered, if it is hosted by YouTube, it will only be viewable. Yeah. So that's pretty much what it does. People, I've seen people make noise about this, like YouTube doing this, and the recent thing with the mortuary assistant controversy happening a couple of weeks ago, where some YouTubers were restricted and some weren't restricted, and it's like there was this back and forth, lifting the restriction and enforcing the restriction back again on people who play mortuary assistant and upload it on YouTube. So again, the thing where the page where YouTube mentions that they apply their community guidelines equally to everyone is very debatable. Very debatable. But yeah. So back to community guideline strikes. So they will give you a warning, right? They will give you a warning with no penalty. After the warning, they will not let you upload videos, live streams, or stories for 1 week. If you receive 3 strikes within 90-day period, you'll be terminated. So this is how serious they take community guidelines. You don't have to make a lot of mistakes. You don't have to make a lot of mistakes to have this happen to you. To make this happen to you, right? And to happen to you and having the consequences serious as this. Of course, you can say it's very difficult to get 3 strikes. I don't know. Some people don't care about community guide, or I wouldn't say don't care, or they are not aware what happens when you get 3 strikes. Maybe they will be like panicking when they get the first strike, but most of the time, if people don't look at this or look at the first warning they get, probably in the first warning they will explain what happens if you get all the strikes. If let's say by then you don't even look at that and you are using your channel for like a hobby or something you're passionate about, or something you're using it for income, and you're in deep shit, as I can say. You're in deep trouble. Because it is very, very difficult. Even though they say you can appeal your strikes, it is very, very difficult. You've seen so many stories, seen so many grievances by YouTubers or by anyone that does content creation, of having their channel, having their platform suspended, terminated, or whatever. They can't do anything, especially even for those that were not wrong, where the system suspended them for the wrong reasons or for in error. They can take their sweet time to get to you. Maybe because there's like thousands or hundreds of thousands of appeals every month. That's why they take such a long time to come to you. But yeah, don't try. If you're not, try not to risk it. Is the one trying to say. Try not to risk getting struck by unnecessary or unawarely violating community guidelines. So I don't think I really need to explain further on this. It's pretty much what is about community guideline strikes. Of course, whenever they strike, they will tell you what content was removed, what policies have you violated, how this affects your channel, and what you can do next. They will be very detailed when they give you a first warning or strike. Right? So better to be safe than getting any at all, really. Right? So first strike, if you do get a first strike after warning, can't upload videos, you can't stream, you can't do any stories, you can't schedule live streams, you can't schedule a video to become public, can't create a premiere, can't add a trailer to an upcoming premiere or live stream, can't create a custom thumbnail or community post, you can't create, edit, or add collaborators to playlists, add or remove playlists from the watch page using the save button. Nothing. Apparently nothing. Your scheduled public content is set to private. Yeah, everything you do that would be happening in that 1 week period would be cancelled, withdrawn, postponed, suspended for that 1 week. And after 1 week they will restore full privileges, but the strike will remain with your channel for 90 days. Then if you get a second strike within the same 90 days, you will not be allowed to post content for 2 weeks. Right. So 2 weeks, all the above. After 2 week period, we restore your full privileges automatically. Each strike will not expire until 90 days from the time it was issued. So 90 days is always starting from the time you receive the strike. So if let's say strike 1 is like 89 days, and then on the 90th day, strike 2 happens, another 90 days kicks in. Yeah, that's how I interpret it. 3 strikes and you are permanently removed from YouTube. A strike will not expire until 90 days from the time it was issued. So yeah, you could literally, if let's say at max, you could literally be suspended for more than half a year. More than half a year. Deleting your content doesn't remove a strike. We may also issue a community guideline strike on deleted content. You can learn more about when we retain deleted content in our privacy policy. Yeah, so don't just think that, oh, you got a strike, or you hope you won't get a strike by just deleting content. It will still be considered, right? Once you get a strike with your content, deleting it won't remove it, is what they're trying to say. And at the same time, if you did put up any content that is not good for the community guidelines and delete them before the strike comes in, they will issue a strike as well, apparently. If your official artist channel gets a community guideline strike, the channel will be suspended and become a standard channel. Right. So there's that. The appeal. Yeah, I mean, you can appeal. Appeal is basically telling them why the appeal strike. Go to your data, select the channel violation, select appeal. Appeal to the type. Doesn't say what you can, what you're supposed to write in your appeals. You find your content Ooh. Scarlet Feathers. Dumb legal questions. If I hit someone with another person's hand or body part, what degree of assault is it? And does the person I use as my weapon by definition get arrested too? Scarlet Feathers. Interesting question. I would say the person that you're using as a weapon, whether it's just a hand, a body part, or the entire body, like say maybe you threw a person at someone else, legally speaking, or logically speaking, or rationally speaking, the person that is being thrown to the other person, to attack the other person, you won't be charged for anything. One, there's no intention, it's involuntary, no intention to harm that person that is being thrown. There's no intention to harm that other person. At best, really, is he was careless or something like that. He was really, really careless. He was negligent. He let you use his body. He let you use his hand or whatever body part to hit that person, right? Even if they don't have intention. That is a very exaggeration. I don't know how you can prove that. All right, really, even if let's say drunk, anything like that, hard, very, very hard to say that. Use that as a reason, as evidence to say that person is at fault as well, criminally at fault. At best, civil negligence maybe, but nah. What if there was intention? Well, basically, you're an accomplice. The guy that is allowing you to use your body part, using the body part or whatever, is an accomplice. You're helping the actual person committing a crime. Pretty simple. Just think of, whenever you think of like this sort of like things happening, think of it logically, think of it rationally. Because a person, the judge, the court, or the prosecutor is charging you for criminal offense is a person, has a brain, has common sense, has rationalities, has logical sense, right? They will look at the facts. Look at the facts, look at the evidence, and if that all of it points out that both of you have the intention of harming that person, or however you want to do it, both of you should be criminally charged. But yeah, interesting question. But whatever degree of assault, I can't tell you. But in the end, it is very much, I would say, a criminal offense. Whether it is considered battery, considered assault, considered bodily harm, however you want to, whatever your country refers that criminal offense is, it is an offense. Yeah, I mean, if you want a more specific answer, like specific what type of a criminal offense it is, I can't really tell you, right? Oh, no problem. No problem. Happy to answer your question. So yeah, what was I talking about? Appeals. As far as I can tell, they don't really tell you what you should be doing with your appeals. Maybe they allow you to write your reasons for your appeal. But other than that, they only tell you where you can appeal. And the thing about YouTube appeals against strikes or whatever, violations or video removals, they take a long time to come back to you. And whether you will get a positive result from that appeal is... have any access? Oh, no problem. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so moral of the story, don't get a strike and hope you will win against an appeal. But yeah, I think that is pretty much we should view this community guidelines, right? What community guidelines itself is all about things that you can't and can do. And while we know that is the purpose of the guideline, how do they enforce? Yes, how do they enforce these guidelines? What happens if you violate these guidelines is something that we should be aware of as well, right? Which we just learned, all the strikes and stuff. So I think for the next part of my next part of the stream, I will be taking a short lunch break. I'll be talking about misinformation first as a topic here. There's like so many, there's tons of policies they have in their community guidelines or subjects. I'm not sure I am able to cover them, all of them, in one session, but I'll try. I tried doing that with Twitch community guidelines. It's impossible. I had to stream for like 7 hours non-stop, just talking about half of community guidelines and what they are, you can do and can't do on YouTube, on Twitch. So I would say it would be the same here, right? Because society is a very complex and very complex, very nuanced, very always evolving. So that's why there's so many things to cover. So many things to cover. Not just that, as all the technical stuff, all the legal stuff, all that is compiled within the community guidelines. But we'll start with misinformation because that is the most prevalent thing that happens within this sort of platforms. Violent stuff, sexual stuff, all that is pretty easy to spot by YouTube. But misinformation, the most difficult for anyone, for any reviewers, even of course machine learning is impossible to find out whether they are misinformation. Then, or there's as well as even human reviewers will find it very difficult to determine what is misinformation, not misinformation. So we'll do that. Also, another reason why I'm starting with this first is because recently there is an ongoing thing that's happening, which I think I can put it up here, showing you my tweet on that matter. I think it's still being blown. Maybe, but no, probably not. Misinformation that is being spread currently in Twitter, at least part of this Twitter space, is this one, right? We'll talk about this one soon. It's about clip drop. Anyone heard about clip drop? Not. I'll talk about it. I explain what it is after my lunch break. All right, we'll be back in maybe 20-30 minutes, depending on how fast I eat. All right, so BRB, take care. I'll be back in jiff. All right, stay tuned. Hello, Jake Like here, gaming lawyer at your service. I've talked about several legal stuff now, which were mostly employment laws and other general information. Side note, hope they were helpful, but did you know in real life, I'm what you may call a real estate lawyer or a conveyancing lawyer. Someone that specializes in all legal dealings or transactions related to lands and buildings. And as you have seen the thumbnail or title of the video, I'm not going to tell you how to carefully buy properties. Maybe another episode, but now I'm gonna explain why millennials, the new generations, is finding it more and more difficult to buy properties themselves. And as always, before I start, I would like to emphasize that information provided in this video is only for education and entertainment purposes. Please seek qualified professionals if you want to live with your parents forever now. Alright, I'd like to add another disclaimer. What I'm about to tell you is strictly based on my own anecdotal experiences and how property transactions work in Malaysia. You probably have your own beliefs and experiences on how to best approach property purchases. By all means, let me know down in the comments. Regardless, let me explain the types of residential properties that most people will find in the market. Those that are considered second-hand properties that are sold by the owners by themselves or through property agents, and the other being project-based properties, ones that are either being built or have been built by property developers to be sold as new, and you're probably having the first thought popping in your mind. Which one is cheaper? None of them are, at least considering the average young adult's purchasing powers on their own. And why is that? Well, let me tell you, how does one pay to own properties? You either pay by cash or take a loan from a bank to help finance your purchase. For practical reasons, no one is gonna be able to fork out substantial amount of money on their own unless they have been working for decades and are able to save hundreds of thousands of cash. Let me try to expand on this. At minimum, most young adults are going to look for properties that are spacious enough at most for a small family to live in. In Malaysia, this type of properties normally cost around 400,000 ringgit, approximately 95,000 US dollars, or higher in major cities. A Malaysian living on minimum wage is 1,500 ringgit. As of 1st April 2022, approximately 355 US dollars per month. It will take more than 267 months or 22 years for that person to get enough money to pay by cash. Even doubling the salary, it still takes at least 11 years, and not to mention we're considering any other costs to deduct from the salary. So yeah, how does the average person get a loan to buy properties then? Well, for Malaysian residential properties, banks are willing to finance 90% of the purchase price of a property, so only have to pay 10% upfront by cash. But in return, you must make monthly repayments of that 90% with additional monthly interests charged to you. That is, if you're eligible for the loan. Banks nowadays are pretty strict with individuals' financial status. If they have doubts that you can make repayments consistently, your application for a loan will be rejected in the first place. So a person with minimum wage or with substantial debts and expenses to be paid would be impossible to get any bank loan for a property at this price. But let me briefly explain how much banks will make you repay each month. Typically, it is around 0.33% of the purchase price of the property. Using the same sample, it's about 1,320 ringgit, or approximately 312 US dollars for a property with a price of 400,000 ringgit. And what do we usually determine a person can afford this repayment? Well, the general rule of thumb is that it should not be over 30% to 40% of your monthly income. Above that, and you are considered overburdened with debts, which is about 4,000 ringgit to 5,000 ringgit, or 950 US dollars to 1,200 US dollars of monthly income. Be aware that sometimes bankers don't care how much you earn and will go through any loopholes possible to get your loan application approved, so they hit their sales target. Looking at the above estimates, you might be thinking at that income bracket, there should be no problems for young adults to own houses, right? Absolutely not. There are numerous factors that you have yet to take into account which will make buying impossible or make life miserable with debt. First off, there are not many jobs with companies that will offer that kind of salary immediately for fresh graduates. Typically, you'd have to work for years to get small amounts of increments to reach your desired salary to buy a house without overburdening yourself. Second, if you do not have enough savings or cash to pay for your portion of the purchase price, you won't be eligible to buy in the first place. And how are you going to get that much money to pay when you are at the start of your career path? Thirdly, imagine the time you will have to fully repay the loan. I'll save you the time calculating. It takes roughly 360 months or 30 years to settle a loan. You will be spending your entire life repaying this loan with a portion of your income until your old age. Lastly, if we only have to think about spending money on buying properties alone, that's not really a problem. But our lives are full of debts, costs, and expenses that needs to be paid. We need to eat, pay for medical bills, spend money on the small things that we enjoy in life. When we travel anywhere, there is cost to that. Car or public transport expenses. There is also many different insurances we have to pay for because life is full of risks and dangers. Even the house itself have costs to pay, such as utility and maintenance charges that has to be paid forever, as long as you own it. So there's that. I'd like to finish this lecture by having you all, specifically those that are still young that wants to own a house, a studio, or an apartment, to consider these questions, because I know people have regretted buying properties, myself included. So ask yourself, why are you really buying a house for? Is there anyone pressuring you for reasons other than your own? Are there cheaper ways to solve your issues or needs, like renting or living with a friend or family instead? Have you really considered all the financial, societal, environmental, or legal factors in purchasing a house? If you can't answer the above questions with confidence and commitment, please don't sign that contract to buy a property. You are dangerously not ready for the responsibilities and burdens of owning one. Thanks for watching. Today's video is a bit short, but if it was helpful to you, please leave a like and subscribe to my channel. Or if you have any concerns or advice in buying a property, feel free to comment down below. And if you would like to help or support me in continuing making this content, you can make donations or become monthly members in Ko-fi to get exclusive membership perks, which the details can be found at our Discord community server, Light & Co. Gaming Aid Center. Link is in the description below. Until next time, be hopeful, but stay critical. Hello, Jake Like here, gaming lawyer at your service. I've talked about several legal stuff now, which were mostly employment laws and other general information. Side note, hope they were helpful, but did you know in real life, I'm what you may call a real estate lawyer or a conveyancing lawyer. Someone that specializes in all legal dealings or transactions related to lands and buildings. And as you have seen the thumbnail or title of the video, I'm not going to tell you how to carefully buy properties. Maybe another episode, but now I'm gonna explain why millennials, the new generations, is finding it more and more difficult to buy properties themselves. And as always, before I start, I would like to emphasize that information provided in this video is only for education and entertainment purposes. Please seek qualified professionals if you want to live with your parents forever now. Alright, I'd like to add another disclaimer. What I'm about to tell you is strictly based on my own anecdotal experiences and how property transactions work in Malaysia. You probably have your own beliefs and experiences on how to best approach property purchases. By all means, let me know down in the comments. Regardless, let me explain the types of residential properties that most people will find in the market. Those that are considered second-hand properties that are sold by the owners by themselves or through property agents, and the other being project-based properties, ones that are either being built or have been built by property developers to be sold as new, and you're probably having the first thought popping in your mind. Which one is cheaper? None of them are, at least considering the average young adult's purchasing powers on their own. And why is that? Well, let me tell you, how does one pay to own properties? You either pay by cash or take a loan from a bank to help finance your purchase. For practical reasons, no one is gonna be able to fork out substantial amount of money on their own unless they have been working for decades and are able to save hundreds of thousands of cash. Let me try to expand on this. At minimum, most young adults are going to look for properties that are spacious enough at most for a small family to live in. In Malaysia, this type of properties normally cost around 400,000 ringgit, approximately 95,000 US dollars, or higher in major cities. A Malaysian living on minimum wage is 1,500 ringgit. As of 1st April 2022, approximately 355 US dollars per month. It will take more than 267 months or 22 years for that person to get enough money to pay by cash. Even doubling the salary, it still takes at least 11 years, and not to mention we're considering any other costs to deduct from the salary. So yeah, how does the average person get a loan to buy properties then? Well, for Malaysian residential properties, banks are willing to finance 90% of the purchase price of a property, so only have to pay 10% upfront by cash. But in return, you must make monthly repayments of that 90% with additional monthly interests charged to you. That is, if you're eligible for the loan. Banks nowadays are pretty strict with individuals' financial status. If they have doubts that you can make repayments consistently, your application for a loan will be rejected in the first place. So a person with minimum wage or with substantial debts and expenses to be paid would be impossible to get any bank loan for a property at this price. But let me briefly explain how much banks will make you repay each month. Typically, it is around 0.33% of the purchase price of the property. Using the same sample, it's about 1,320 ringgit, or approximately 312 US dollars for a property with a price of 400,000 ringgit. And what do we usually determine a person can afford this repayment? Well, the general rule of thumb is that it should not be over 30% to 40% of your monthly income. Above that, and you are considered overburdened with debts, which is about 4,000 ringgit to 5,000 ringgit or 950 US dollars to 1,200 US dollars of monthly income. Be aware that sometimes bankers don't care how much you earn and will go through any loopholes possible to get your loan application approved so they hit their sales target. Looking at the above estimates, you might be thinking at that income bracket, there should be no problems for young adults to own houses, right? Absolutely not. There are numerous factors that you have yet to take into account which will make buying impossible or make life miserable with debt. First off, there are not many jobs with companies that will offer that kind of salary immediately for fresh graduates. Typically, you'd have to work for years to get small amounts of increments to reach your desired salary to buy a house without overburdening yourself. Second, if you do not have enough savings or cash to pay for your portion of the purchase price, you won't be eligible to buy in the first place. And how are you going to get that much money to pay when you are at the start of your career path? Thirdly, imagine the time you will have to fully repay the loan. I'll save you the time calculating. It takes roughly 360 months or 30 years to settle a loan. You will be spending your entire life repaying this loan with a portion of your income until your old age. Lastly, if we only have to think about spending money on buying properties alone, that's not really a problem. But our lives are full of debts, costs, and expenses that needs to be paid. We need to eat, pay for medical bills, spend money on the small things that we enjoy in life. When we travel anywhere, there is cost to that. Car or public transport expenses. There is also many different insurances we have to pay for because life is full of risks and dangers. Even the house itself have costs to pay, such as utility and maintenance charges that has to be paid forever, as long as you own it. So there's that. I'd like to finish this lecture by having you all, specifically those that are still young that wants to own a house, a studio, or an apartment, to consider these questions, because I know people have regretted buying properties, myself included. So ask yourself, why are you really buying a house for? Is anyone pressuring you for reasons other than your own? Are there cheaper ways to solve your issues or needs, like renting or living with a friend or family instead? Have you really considered all the financial, societal, environmental, or legal factors in purchasing a house? If you can't answer the above questions with confidence and commitment, please don't sign that contract to buy a property. You are dangerously not ready for the responsibilities and burdens of owning one. Thanks for watching. Today's video is a bit short, but if it was helpful to you, please leave a like and subscribe to my channel. Or if you have any concerns or advice in buying a property, feel free to comment down below. And if you would like to help or support me in continuing making this content, you can make donations or become monthly members in Ko-fi to get exclusive membership perks, which the details can be found at our Discord community server, Light & Co. Gaming Aid Center. Link is in the description below. Until next time, be hopeful, but stay critical. Hello, Jake Like here, gaming lawyer at your service. I've talked about several legal stuff now, which were mostly employment laws and other general information. Side note, hope they were helpful, but did you know in real life, I'm what you may call a real estate lawyer or a conveyancing lawyer. Someone that specializes in all legal dealings or transactions related to lands and buildings. And as you have seen the thumbnail or title of the video, I'm not going to tell you how to carefully buy properties. Maybe another episode, but now I'm gonna explain why millennials, the new generations, is finding it more and more difficult to buy properties themselves. And as always, before I start, I would like to emphasize that information provided in this video is only for education and entertainment purposes. Please seek qualified professionals if you want to live with your parents forever now. Alright, I'd like to add another disclaimer What I'm about to tell you is strictly based on my own anecdotal experiences and how property transactions work in Malaysia. You probably have your own beliefs and experiences on how to best approach property purchases. By all means, let me know down in the comments. Regardless, let me explain the types of residential properties that most people will find in the market. Those that are considered second-hand properties that are sold by the owners by themselves or through property agents, and the other being project-based properties, ones that are either being built or have been built by property developers to be sold as new, and you're probably having the first thought popping in your mind. Which one is cheaper? None of them are, at least considering the average young adult's purchasing powers on their own. And why is that? Well, let me tell you, how does one pay to own properties? You either pay by cash or take a loan from a bank to help finance your purchase. For practical reasons, no one is gonna be able to fork out substantial amount of money on their own unless they have been working for decades and are able to save hundreds of thousands of cash. Let me try to expand on this. At minimum, most young adults are going to look for properties that are spacious enough at most for a small family to live in. In Malaysia, this type of properties normally cost around 400,000 ringgit, approximately 95,000 US dollars, or higher in major cities. A Malaysian living on minimum wage is 1,500 ringgit as of 1st April 2022, approximately 355 US dollars per month. It will take more than 267 months or 22 years for that person to get enough money to pay by cash. Even doubling the salary, it still takes at least 11 years, and not to mention we're considering any other costs to deduct from the salary. So yeah, how does the average person get a loan to buy properties then? Well, for Malaysian residential properties, banks are willing to finance 90% of the purchase price of a property, so only have to pay 10% upfront by cash. But in return, you must make monthly repayments of that 90% with additional monthly interests charged to you. That is, if you're eligible for the loan. Banks nowadays are pretty strict with individuals' financial status. If they have doubts that you can make repayments consistently, your application for a loan will be rejected in the first place. So a person with minimum wage or with substantial debts and expenses to be paid would be impossible to get any bank loan for a property at this price. But let me briefly explain how much banks will make you repay each month. Typically, it is around 0.33% of the purchase price of the property. Using the same sample, it's about 1,320 ringgit, or approximately 312 US dollars for a property with a price of 400,000 ringgit. And what do we usually determine a person can afford this repayment? Well, the general rule of thumb is that it should not be over 30% to 40% of your monthly income. Above that, and you are considered overburdened with debts, which is about 4,000 ringgit to 5,000 ringgit, or 950 US dollars to 1,200 US dollars of monthly income. Be aware that sometimes bankers don't care how much you earn and will go through any loopholes possible to get your loan application approved, so they hit their sales target. Looking at the above estimates, you might be thinking at that income bracket, there should be no problems for young adults to own houses, right? Absolutely not. There are numerous factors that you have yet to take into account which will make buying impossible or make life miserable with debt. First off, there are not many jobs with companies that will offer that kind of salary immediately for fresh graduates. Typically, you'd have to work for years to get small amounts of increments to reach your desired salary to buy a house without overburdening yourself. Second, if you do not have enough savings or cash to pay for your portion of the purchase price, you won't be eligible to buy in the first place. And how are you going to get that much money to pay when you are at the start of your career path? Thirdly, imagine the time you will have to fully repay the loan. I'll save you the time calculating. It takes roughly 360 months or 30 years to settle a loan. You will be spending your entire life repaying this loan with a portion of your income until your old age. Lastly, if we only have to think about spending money on buying properties alone, that's not really a problem. But our lives are full of debts, costs, and expenses that needs to be paid. We need to eat, pay for medical bills, spend money on the small things that we enjoy in life. When we travel anywhere, there is costs to that. Car or public transport expenses. There is also many different insurances we have to pay for because life is full of risks and dangers. Even the house itself have costs to pay, such as utility and maintenance charges that has to be paid forever, as long as you own it. So there's that. I'd like to finish this lecture by having you all, specifically those that are still young that wants to own a house, a studio, or an apartment, to consider these questions, because I know people have regretted buying properties, myself included. So ask yourself, why are you really buying a house for? Is there anyone pressuring you for reasons other than your own? Are there cheaper ways to solve your issues or needs, like renting or living with a friend or family instead? Have you really considered all the financial, societal, environmental, or legal factors in purchasing a house? If you can't answer the above questions with confidence and commitment, please don't sign that contract to buy a property. You are dangerously not ready for the responsibilities and burdens of owning one. Thanks for watching. Today's video is a bit short, but if it was helpful to you, please leave a like and subscribe to my channel. Or if you have any concerns or advice in buying a property, feel free to comment down below. And if you would like to help or support me in continuing making this content, you can make donations or become monthly members in Ko-fi to get exclusive membership perks, which the details can be found at our Discord community server, Light & Co. Gaming Aid Center. Link is in the description below. Until next time, be hopeful, but stay critical. Hello, Jake Like here, gaming lawyer at your service. I've talked about several legal stuff now, which were mostly employment laws and other general information. Side note, hope they were helpful, but did you know in real life, I'm what you may call a real estate lawyer or a conveyancing lawyer. Someone that specializes in all legal dealings or transactions related to lands and buildings. And as you have seen the thumbnail or title of the video, I'm not going to tell you how to carefully buy properties. Maybe another episode, but now I'm gonna explain why millennials, the new generations, is finding it more and more difficult to buy properties themselves. And as always, before I start, I would like to emphasize that information provided in this video is only for education and entertainment purposes. Please seek qualified professionals if you want to live with your parents forever now. Alright, I'd like to add another disclaimer. What I'm about to tell you is strictly based on my own anecdotal experiences and how property transactions work in Malaysia. You probably have your own beliefs and experiences on how to best approach property purchases. By all means, let me know down in the comments. Regardless, let me explain the types of residential properties that most people will find in the market. Those that are considered second-hand properties that are sold by the owners by themselves or through property agents, and the other being project-based properties, ones that are either being built or have been built by property developers to be sold as new, and you're probably having the first thought popping in your mind. Which one is cheaper? None of them are, at least considering the average young adult's purchasing powers on their own. And why is that? Well, let me tell you, how does one pay to own properties? You either pay by cash or take a loan from a bank to help finance your purchase. For practical reasons, no one is gonna be able to fork out substantial amount of money on their own unless they have been working for decades and are able to save hundreds of thousands of cash. Let me try to expand on this. At minimum, most young adults are going to look for properties that are spacious enough at most for a small family to live in. In Malaysia, this type of properties normally cost around 400,000 ringgit, approximately 95,000 US dollars, or higher in major cities. A Malaysian living on minimum wage is 1,500 ringgit. As of 1st April 2022, approximately 355 US dollars per month. It will take more than 267 months or 22 years for that person to get enough money to pay by cash. Even doubling the salary, it still takes at least 11 years. And not to mention we're considering any other costs to deduct from the salary. So yeah, how does the average person get a loan to buy properties then? Well, for Malaysian residential properties, banks are willing to finance 90% of the purchase price of a property. So only have to pay 10% upfront by cash. But in return, you must make monthly repayments of that 90% with additional monthly interests charged to you. That is, if you're eligible for the loan. Banks nowadays are pretty strict with individuals' financial status. If they have doubts that you can make repayments consistently, your application for a loan will be rejected in the first place. So a person with minimum wage or with substantial debts and expenses to be paid would be impossible to get any bank loan for a property at this price. But let me briefly explain how much banks will make you repay each month. Typically, it is around 0.33% of the purchase price of the property. Using the same sample, it's about 1,320 ringgit, or approximately $312 for a property with a price of 400,000 ringgit. And what do we usually determine a person can afford this repayment? Well, the general rule of thumb is that it should not be over 30% to 40% of your monthly income. Above that, and you are considered overburdened with debts, which is about 4,000 ringgit to 5,000 ringgit, or $950 to $1,200 of monthly income. Be aware that sometimes bankers don't care how much you earn and will go through any loopholes possible to get your loan application approved, so they hit their sales target. Looking at the above estimates, you might be thinking, at that income bracket, there should be no problems for young adults to own houses, right? Absolutely not. There are numerous factors that you have yet to take into account which will make buying impossible or make life miserable with debt. First off, there are not many jobs with companies that will offer that kind of salary immediately for fresh graduates. Typically, you'd have to work for years to get small amounts of increments to reach your desired salary to buy a house without overburdening yourself. Second, if you do not have enough savings or cash to pay for your portion of the purchase price, you won't be eligible to buy in the first place. And how are you going to get that much money to pay when you are at the start of your career path? Thirdly, imagine the time you will have to fully repay the loan. I'll save you the time calculating. It takes roughly 360 months or 30 years to settle a loan. You will be spending your entire life repaying this loan with a portion of your income until your old age. Lastly, if we only have to think about spending money on buying properties alone, that's not really a problem. But our lives are full of debts, costs, and expenses that needs to be paid. We need to eat, pay for medical bills, spend money on the small things that we enjoy in life. When we travel anywhere, there is cost to that. Car or public transport expenses. There is also many different insurances we have to pay for because life is full of risks and dangers. Even the house itself have costs to pay, such as utility and maintenance charges that has to be paid forever, as long as you own it. So there's that. I'd like to finish this lecture by having you all, specifically those that are still young that wants to own a house, a studio, or an apartment, to consider these questions, because I know people have regretted buying properties, myself included. So ask yourself, why are you really buying a house for? Is there anyone pressuring you for reasons other than your own? Are there cheaper ways to solve your issues or needs, like renting or living with a friend or family instead? Have you really considered all the financial, societal, environmental, or legal factors in purchasing a house? If you can't answer the above questions with confidence and commitment, please don't sign that contract to buy a property. You are dangerously not ready for the responsibilities and burdens of owning one. Thanks for watching. Today's video is a bit short, but if it was helpful to you, please leave a like and subscribe to my channel. Or if you have any concerns or advice in buying a property, feel free to comment down below. And if you would like to help or support me in continuing making this content, you can make donations or become monthly members in Ko-fi to get exclusive membership perks, which the details can be found at our Discord community server, Light & Co. Gaming Aid Center. Link is in the description below. Until next time, be hopeful, but stay critical. Hello, Jake Like here, gaming lawyer at your service. I've talked about several legal stuff now, which were mostly employment laws and other general information. Side note, hope they were helpful, but did you know in real life, I'm what you may call a real estate lawyer or a conveyancing lawyer. Someone that specializes in all legal dealings or transactions related to lands and buildings. And as you have seen the thumbnail or title of the video, I'm not going to tell you how to carefully buy property. properties. Maybe another episode, but now I'm gonna explain why millennials, the new generations, is finding it more and more difficult to buy properties themselves. And as always, before I start, I would like to emphasize that information provided in this video is only for education and entertainment purposes. Please seek qualified professionals if you want to live with your parents forever now. Alright, I'd like to add another disclaimer. What I'm about to tell you is strictly based on my own anecdotal experiences and how property transactions work in Malaysia. You probably have your own beliefs and experiences on how to best approach property purchases. By all means, let me know down in the comments. Regardless, let me explain the types of residential properties that most people will find in the market. Those that are considered second-hand properties that are sold by the owners by themselves or through property agents, and the other being project-based properties, ones that are either being built or have been built by property developers to be sold as new, and you're probably having the first thought popping in your mind. Which one is cheaper? None of them are, at least considering the average young adult's purchasing powers on their own. And why is that? Well, let me tell you, how does one pay to own properties? You either pay by cash or take a loan from a bank to help finance your purchase. For practical reasons, no one is gonna be able to fork out substantial amount of money on their own unless they have been working for decades and are able to save hundreds of thousands of cash. Let me try to expand on this. At minimum, most young adults are going to look for properties that are spacious enough at most for a small family to live in. In Malaysia, this type of properties normally cost around 400,000 ringgit, approximately 95,000 US dollars, or higher in major cities. A Malaysian living on minimum wage is 1,500 ringgit. As of 1st April 2022, approximately 355 US dollars per month. It will take more than 267 months or 22 years for that person to get enough money to pay for. I am back. Isaac, what did you say? Did you say something bad? No. Okay. Sell your kidney to buy a property. Yeah. If you know where to sell, let me know, okay? Just don't post it over here for community guidelines reasons. I'm back. So hope everyone has had a good lunch, or a good breakfast, or a good dinner, or just a good rest. Okay, back. Oh, because we're going to be talking hours upon hours of community guidelines. Because we'll start with this controversial issue. Well, not really controversial. It's more like. It's internet. So I'm explaining I would say, let's just view this as explaining something that internet does, and it's very difficult to fight against because of how the way internet or how social platforms are, how do you say, made. So yeah, misinformation. So a couple days ago, there was this thing that's been trending. Let me just put this up. All right. So clip drop, right? Clip drop is a service powered by artificial intelligences, which lets you do a bunch of things. As you can see here, there are a quick preview of what they do, right? But the most prominent thing they are having being accused of is this thing, right? This app which allows can you see? Why is it? Oh, because I'm not watching it. So as you can see, this app, this is a photograph, a simple photograph, which doesn't have anything, but once you put this in its app, it is able to illuminate it as if it was in a 3D space. So, and it's not just one type of light, it's all different types of light. There's a pricing. I thought it's free. There's a pricing. Pricing in terms of I think how many pictures you can modify using their app. I believe that's the pricing thing. I've never used it. I've only seen other people tried it. Looks very cool. All right. But I could do this. I could literally just put this. All right. So it is capable of doing this. Really cool. Right? Can either put it back or put it in front. So it illuminates parts of the drawing. So all of this is done through artificial intelligence, right? They have a lengthy explanation of it somewhere in this website or in their blogs or something. But yeah, they do explain it how it is done. But of course, we're not talking about how this app is so cool, right? We're talking about how this company or how this Clip Drop, the entire service platform, is providing all these services. Of course, it's not just the relight. Is being accused of is currently, because it is still not the past tense. People are still retweeting that. Let me go to my profile. People are still retweeting this. All right. It is already 8,000 retweets, 300 quote tweets, and 26,000 likes. This is just one of them. There's another one that talks tells people to accuses the Clip Drop of what using your work to teach the AI to make NFTs and can use your art without your consent. So that's the accusation, right? That's the accusation. It's been spreading, and I don't think there's a stop to it. The original Twitter, both of them, have not deleted it, so it remains there. And as long as it remains there, it is going to be retweeted. It's going to be spread without stop until people don't care about it, of course. But people will remember it. People will remember for this thing, not for this cool service that they are providing free to some extent, right? This really, really, I would say, awesome type of feature. Really good for artists to use, I would say. Not just photographers. But yeah, why am I saying this is misinformation, right? Well, I did an explanation of it on tweet, but we can go through it as if we are doing it for the first time. But of course, I broke down this pretty succinctly, pretty detailed, but apparently people still think things evolve. Like this sort of misinformation evolves, but I don't want to jump too much further ahead. So just keep it simple, right? The claim, as I put it, was that people accused Clip Drop of using whatever you uploaded, whatever picture you uploaded, whatever art you uploaded to them. They are supposed to be able to use your art or your creation for the purposes of NFTs, right? So let's just keep it straight. Just focus on this accusation first. People are saying that this is going to be used for NFT purposes, but I've read through the TOS because their proof is the TOS, the terms of service by this Clip Drop, allows them to legally allows them to do this, which is very wrong. They don't really point out exactly where it says NFTs or where it is implied that it says NFTs is just called clauses without actually explaining which word would imply it, which phrase would imply it, which is something people really lack. Something I have always been trying to tell people why it is good to have some legal skills, some legal knowledge when it comes to this sort of stuff, right? they're pretty cool. Hope they implement it in Photoshop and Clip Paint Studio. Well, they have this plug-in. I'm not sure what this plug-in means. It's somewhere here. Yeah, plugins. Apparently Photoshop has a plugin for it. So maybe you can use it with Photoshop. I'm not sure. So far I don't really feel the need to use it. But yeah. Legal knowledge when is that when you have Twitter? Sad. But yes. That's the thing when you don't have I would say it's it's a very basic skill. It's a very, very basic skill to have, to be able to read an agreement, right? So let's just go to quick tip. If you want to find where the terms of service is, it's a good layout would always put it at the bottom of any web page. All right, so just scroll down at the bottom, you'll find it. Terms of use, right? So I believe the highlights are still here, so you don't have to squint your eyes and look into small pictures of on Twitter. But yeah. So inside this terms of service, I highlighted the first sentence, first clause, what it is talking about, what it's covering. So suffice to say, the terms of service literally covers whatever services is provided by ClipDrop. ClipDrop isn't the company itself. The company's name is where is it? Where's the company's name? Down here. Init, INITML. It's a French company. It's a simplified joint stock company, Société par Action Simplifiée. I'm not sure how I've pronounced that right, but I've looked into this type of company. It doesn't mean that it's an NFT company or anything like that. No such thing. So safe to assume the business itself, it's found, how do you say? Normally you will find out what the company does through a formal search, company search on their records. But sometimes they would tell you what they do in a company website or in their webpage here itself. They will tell you what they do, and of course they did. All right, they told you they are providing apps, plugins, and resources for all creators powered by artificial intelligence. Right. Nothing in here refers to NFTs, or it can be implied to be used for NFTs. Yeah, use cases, e-commerce, real estate, car resellers, team portraits, so all this stuff. Okay. So you can be certain that it doesn't do anything NFT, but you can always be very, very thorough to do a search. You can. I would say most countries would have a company registry to allow you to search through basic details of a company, like their stocks, their directors, their company secretaries, their some assets, their loans, even sometimes. I would say all that is possible with a search. But in any case, we don't even need to really delve into that to know what this company does, or if it's really relevant to know what it does. For us, we need to know what is considered art, or what is the things that they're covering. So services, they are doing services, okay. So what are their services involved? There are services involved in the first sentence itself. It says, oops, I deleted it. A computer program to make montages. Right? A computer program to make montages. So it doesn't say what montages is. We can Google search it, okay? Well, quick tip. whenever you see whenever you see words like this, right? Montages, and they don't tell you what it means. It's not a good way to it's not a good way to draft documents like this, right? If you want to be if you want to tell people what they mean, because not everyone know what montages is, or they all have their own definition of what montages is. So it's actually a problem if you don't specifically define it in your agreement, right? People can know. That is why things like this happen, right? People misinterpret it and think it involves everything or whatever, right? So at best we can only get a dictionary definition of what montage is. So a montage is a technique of selecting, editing, and piecing together separate sections of film to form a continuous whole. A sequence of film made using the technique of montage. So maybe because it's a French company, the terms they use might not be correct, or it might be correct in French, right? Since there's a bit here says in French the word montage applied to cinema simply denotes editing. So yeah, I would say you have to keep that in mind as well. They are a French company. English isn't their first language or their main language. I believe so, and that's why we will have like this word montage. Normally, maybe you would say edits, or edited photos, or edited photographs of edited images, or something like that. But they use montage, right? Montage. So maybe for the French, it simply means editing. So that's that, right? They at least mention this, right? But of course, we need to look at what the accuser relied on. They didn't rely on this one. They didn't rely on this clause to say people are using this to using it as referring to NFTs or something like that. Let me just scroll through the part where they talk about it's supposed to be meaning they could use it for NFTs. Right? It's a long terms of service, but if you are able to know how to navigate through, or you read through a lot of legal documents, you will know where the things are supposed to be. So over here, one of the clauses that's supposed to mean that they can use your art for anything, right? Clause 13, liability and guarantee INITML, which is the creator of ClipDrop, right? So here they talk. This is a specific clause they are trying to say implies that the users who have subscribed to the services free of charge recognize and agree that the use of the services includes the right for INITML to use their montage to improve its service, in particular but not restricted to use the montage to improve and train its segmentation algorithms, right? So how do we interpret this, right? How do we interpret this? We should always try to keep this interpretation within its terms and conditions. Whatever words they use, whatever things they say, should be enclosed here. That you shouldn't try to make implications from other sources, right? Always keep that in mind. If you do that, it means you're not really trying to read this, trying to legally enforce this. You're trying to add things into the agreement. You're trying to add terms and conditions into the agreement, which was not put in, was not agreed by any of them, by the company or yourself, which would be very wrong, very, very wrong to put in words that are not provided in the agreement. All right. So users, we know who users are. They have been defined up here, right? People who use the service are users. All right. That's why it is in capitalized letters. The desktop application is aimed at enabling its users, so people who use the applications are users, as well as the mobile application, right? also uses users in a capitalized word. Whenever you see a legal document using capitalized words, right, it means they are defined somewhere in the document, right? Keep that in mind. They are always defined. If they are capitalized, they are defined. It doesn't mean they are name or anything like that. It just means they have a specific definition for it, which is what it is. Same goes for services, right? Services means this: a computer program to make montages. Oh, sorry. Characteristics defined on the desktop application, which desktop application here refers to all these apps, right? All these apps are considered desktop applications or mobile applications. That's why they are called services, all right? They are providing a service for you to use this application to do whatever you want via these applications, all right? Then they have capitalized montages, although they don't really explain what montage is. They just say it is made through using a computer program, right? Capture images, text, computer photographs of real objects, made them into montages, make them into edits. That's pretty much it. So we go back to that clause that we were talking about and look at it again, right? Since we keep that in mind that all these words has meanings, or it has defined meanings. So the users were subscribed to the services free of charge. So this sentence just means people who use these applications for free to make their edits. This is how you need to really know. Really need to be interpreting. All right. Might be I'm sounding like I'm repeating myself, but you have to be clear. You have to be obvious. You have to be direct in whatever you are trying to put your terms in. Right. So people who are using these applications for free to make edits recognize and agree. So they agree to do something. They recognize and are aware they are in agreement to do something. And what is that thing they're allowed to do? Use of the services includes the right for INITML to use their montage to improve its service. Right. So whenever you use their service, right, you make montages, you make edits. So that means they are using your over this in this term, they are telling you the company who provides this service, you have agreed to allow them to use your edits, your edited pictures. It could be you using this remove background service or image upscaler service or clean up service or relight service. Whatever it is, that is what they are referring to, all right? To improve its service. Now, its service here is lowercase. So what would that mean? Right? Lowercase service. Does that mean it is not, how do you say, it is not restricted to just the services provided in this terms of service, covered by this terms of service, or any service, right? This is a problem with consistency. This should have been services, but they put it as its service. What service? Whenever you put in this, if you don't capitalize the word service, it is like you have to interpret it. You have to look at its meaning in its original dictionary meaning. So the service is very general, and we have to base on the things that this clip drop do to understand what this involves. So it's not too bad. It's not too bad, right? We can make implications that the service that they want to improve is justice services. Or you can say justice services or anything that INITML does, right? What their company is capable of doing or will be registered to do. Every company has a registration. They have to declare what their company, what type of business they are doing. That is safe to say, because I've looked at a lot of company registration documents myself. It's one of the things that you have to be very specific about, because most laws makes it mandatory for you to declare what sort of business you're doing with your company, right? So again, the only thing we can do is imply that this is everything what the company is capable of doing, which is, broadly speaking, any artificial intelligence technology, which they are trying to do. Hello, I thank you for hydrate. So the company does a artificial intelligence, works on artificial intelligence, specifically on images and such. Can we accuse the company that they're going to be making NFTs? Is NFT an artificial intelligence technology where this company can say is within that category or not? So there's that question. The other question is, has there been any proof or evidence that the company has done or made or researched anything on NFTs? That's the other question, right? If you can't answer these two questions with proof, you can't say the terms and conditions allow it, right? We don't have any proof that the company makes NFTs or that it is capable of making NFTs, or I myself, I can't say, at least in terms of technical knowledge, technical skills in regards to AI tech, AI programming, whether they will be able to make NFT art. You're talking about a clip drop issue. Okay. Yes. I'm talking about that. Because I will be delving into misinformation as part of the YouTube's community guidelines. That will be the first topic I want to look into, what YouTube defines as misinformation. So I thought, yeah, this is relevant to what's happening recently and trending on YouTube, trending on Twitter, sorry, which is still trending. Let's look at my tweet over here. How many retweets was that from this misinformation spreading tweet? It's one of the two as began the entire thing. 8,000 retweets almost, and maybe still increasing. Who knows, right? And people are just retweet it like it's the truth, like it's the fact, right? Just because someone say they are doing it, everyone assume it's fact. Just share it, not knowing the damage it might cause to the company itself, right? But yeah, that's the thing. That's why I'm trying to relate to what I'm trying to talk about, misinformation, but in a sense more towards legal documents. And that's a lot to retweet. Yeah, I only compared to my how do you say, my attempt to stop this, it is not really good, not really good at all. How much of it was I able to? I think less than 10% of that retweet over here. Yeah, I only managed to get it. It's still something. I'm actually happy it people are retweeting my tweet concerning explaining this is in misinformation. I'm glad that some people are able to find my tweet somehow. Mostly because there are a lot of people on Twitter like sharing my stuff here and there. So I'm glad. I'm happy. My purpose of tweeting that in a couple of days ago is try to inform my own community. That's the best I can hope for, is to let the people around me know this is misinformation. Don't spread it. Don't continue to spread it. If other people spread it, you can't do anything about it, or you don't want to do anything about it, it's fine. As long as you are aware or understand why this is not right. And yeah, so I believe I have achieved that, maybe, with this. But yeah, 8,000 tweets, I don't think that's the problem with misinformation. It spreads like wildfire. You can't stop it once it starts. That's why there's a lot of videos on it explaining what misinformation is and how it is, why social medias are the end of, how do you say, it is the one thing that destroys civilization. It's one thing that destroys civilization. Thank you for explanation. Oh, I thank you for thanking me, Hera. Yeah, it's which I agree. Whoever said social media is the destruction of civilization or society, it's very true. It's very true. A lot of people die. A lot of people, world changes. Is all because of the information, communicating information through the internet. Spreading lies is so easy, is so easily believed, because the vast majority of people are not trained or are not educated in a way that they they do things for themselves. They consider things for themselves. They critically identify or criticize things themselves. Most people follow the majority. That is actually what the human instinct is, right? Oh, thank you for the look, Ahara. Yeah. So it is why misinformation is so easy to spread, because most of the time misinformation involves dangerous fear, either fear or hate, anger, trying to pin some sort of justice, some sort of morally wrong, religious wrong, political wrong, anything that will rile up people's emotions of anger, jealousy, desire. All that is so easy to tempt people into believing into something, right? In any case, how do I say? So, trying to get back to this one. So, service, not a good way to define this, but the, how do you say? Actually, the co-founders they have actually said that they would they will amend the terms of service to be more clearer. It hasn't happened yet, but we'll see. All right, we'll see. All right, so I highlighted this as well, right? They say to improve its service. Let's assume that services means anything they are currently doing, the applications they are providing for their customers, users. They are saying the improvement, right, is not restricted to improving and training its segmentation algorithms. Whatever that is, all right, improving and training segmentation algorithms. Maybe it's something that people who are fluent with AI or programming, AI technology programming or something like that, knows what it means. We just leave it as such. What I'm particularly, as a word particular, why I'm interested is actually this sentence, right? They are saying it is not restricted. Meaning to say the improvement of whatever the service is not restricted to just this, right? So it means it could be anything else, right? From how I interpret it basically is, since this clip drop has multiple services, they are saying they could be using one, your edit, for another artificial intelligence programming, for another type of service. The way they word it is interchangeable from either using the image subscaler or relight. It's how I interpret it from a non-technical expert, right? How I would see this when I read this in its it's a normal language. But that's about it, how I can interpret it. Trying to say it is including improving like future services is very, very far-fetched. It's impossible. It's not fact, right? It's not fact. You might be able to argue that in the future, right, that they might implement a service to make NFTs, NFT art. And if that happens, you can say, yes, this would allow them to use your edits to improve that NFT service, art service, whatever you want to accuse it for, is going to do, right? But that isn't the issue right now. That isn't the thing that we are afraid of. We are afraid because the accusation is they are doing it now. People are accusing it, they are doing it now. They are making NFT arts now with whatever your image that you have uploaded to their application. But that's not the case. And that is what I was trying to tell people, right? That's one part of it. Why I'm saying it is impossible to interpret this in any way possible that they are currently using these services to make NFT arts, because they aren't. Right. So now then we have other ones, which I think I will just briefly talk about, because they are roughly the same thing. They are roughly the same thing, trying to put words in where there isn't. Because always take note, nothing in their company, nothing in their website says anything about NFTs. Right? Maybe their company name has the N and a T, so people assume it has NFTs. It's a stupid joke. Sorry about that. But yeah, nothing. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. No NFTs, anything mentioned within the company itself, right? Then there was this accusation where testimonials are supposed to be referring to art, which it isn't. right? I've searched into this. Testimonials aren't talking about art. They're talking about promotion, advertising. A testimonial or show consists of a person's written or spoken statement extolling the virtue of a product. Basically, positive feedbacks for the company. Statements made to say good things about the company, right? So they are in this clause, they are telling you all, if you do make this sort of testimonials through their applications somehow, I guess it's possible, they can use these testimonials for certain things, which they say it's for promotion, right? It's for promotion. So if you're a company, if you own a company, if you do businesses or you're part of a company, you know what this means, right? If your company sells a product or your company provides a service, definitely when you do sales, right? When your salespeople go on to advertise your business or whatever, they will have things like, hey, please buy this item from us, or please buy this product of us, or please hire us for this service. This is our portfolio. This is what the previous customers have said about our product or service. That is testimonials, right? You're allowing them to tell other people who have become your customers. That is actually what law firms do as well. Not just anyone. Law firms do that as well, but of course within very, very how do you say, not vague terms, because for law firms we have the confidential duty to uphold, meaning to say we can't really just simply tell people who our client were and what we have done for them, all as such, etc., unless it is a public information, all right? So yeah, testimonials are that. It is not art, right? It is not art or whatever, and they are not using it for NFTs or such. It is for their promotion. Then another similar thing down here, user reference. Again, they are saying, if let's say whatever you provided, whatever you've done using their application, there are trademarks or logos from you as the users, right? You authorize them to use them for what purpose? For customer reference. People have been paranoid for some reason to think that this also refers to using your art for other things. But again, well, please be reminded, every time you read the terms and conditions, don't add words, don't add meanings to it, which it shouldn't have, right? Only base it around the company itself, or better yet, just the terms of service, right? It is not too vague. It is not a technical term or a made-up word that you have to look up somewhere else to find the meaning of it. It is a phrase, customer reference. What is customer reference? Again, it's a person, a company that's willing to share positive feedback or story about one of your products, blah, 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 blah. So again, positive feedback on the services provided by INITML. How you can interpret this as using your art, stealing your art for the purposes of making NFTs is beyond my comprehension, beyond my understanding. So again, always read terms and conditions with its original meaning, right? So that's pretty much it as far as it concerns with NFTs. People have tried to, I've talked about this in my tweet, people have tried to claim that because the co-founders have themselves personally, please be mindful, they are doing at their personal capacity making NFTs. Yes, this is a fact, right? This is a fact. They have previously, in their personal time or however they've done it, they've made NFTs or actually talk about NFTs in their own personal Twitter account or their own personal bio. But somehow people are trying to say this means they are making NFT arts with the company, which I would say that is speculation at best, based on what I have done. Because speculation isn't fact. It is something that you are trying to believe in based on surrounding factors. It is not fact that the company is doing NFTs. It is fact that the co-founders are making NFTs. We need to make that distinction, right? Trying to use this to say that the company is making NFTs is speculation itself. It's like how we say hearsay evidence, meaning you say you're trying to prove something that is being said or done elsewhere and not by the thing or company or person or individual themselves, right? That is how we view, how the court or how legal systems view evidence. Same goes for like if let's say I heard the co-founder, this is an example, I heard the co-founder is going to be making NFT art using the company. Now, somebody else heard me say that. They think that is the truth. And they are using that as a basis to say the company is doing NFT art. This is exactly the same thing that is happening in this misinformation spread. People are trying to say things that aren't happening, but trying to pin it as the truth. So that's that. If that's it, right? If for some reason you personally, as a person, do not want to be associated with anyone that makes NFT arts or are suspicious of people who deal with NFTs or support NFTs or whatever, and don't want to use the services for that reason, that is totally fine. That is totally a legitimate, reasonable reason to not use anything, to not use the services, because that is your own preference, that is your own personal belief. It is not a fact. Is all I'm trying to make it clear. It is not a fact that the companies are making NFTs. It is only a fact that the co-founders are making NFTs at a personal capacity. So if you disagree on that, and because they are related to the company itself, you don't want to be involved with in the company that does make this, just as its co-founders do these things, fine. Use that as your reason. Say that in the first place, right? Don't try to say that the app itself, the application else, or the services itself, or the company itself is doing something that it's not doing. Okay? That is what really the gist of it, right? Then, of course, there are really weird. In one of the co-founders' bio, they just mentioned something like they recommended a book on with its title saying monetizing innovation. People assume this meant a book on how to make NFTs or how to profit from NFTs, but no, it's not. Even the cover itself, it doesn't have anything about NFTs. It's basically just how smart companies design the product around the price. Yeah, so it's basically telling you how to price your products or services. So that's pretty much what that book is about. So yeah, so that's one part I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be talking about YouTube's community guidelines, but trust me, this is important to know. At least for the misinformation part of the segment. So the other misinformation that people are trying to pin as it spreads, misinformation evolves, it changes, because people keep saying the same thing in a different way, right? When people keep saying the same thing in a different way, people interpret it differently. And when people interpret it differently, when they share it, they will say something differently. So the very next day this happened, after I tried to explain this, people started to say, no, we're not saying ClipDrop is making NFTs. We're just saying ClipDrop is stealing people's art to generate AI art. Right? So that happened. In the midst of the entire retweets, there's a bunch of those kind of quotes. I'm not sure if I'm able to find it out now, but I've definitely seen several of them. Okay, to which I only have one answer to that. That is again something that is your personal preference or personal principles in regards to AI generated art, where I myself, I can't really talk about it or have a preference to it as a lawyer, right? Because there's nothing regards to legal stuff. Why I say that is because ClipDrop itself is artificial intelligence powered. The entire service is powered by artificial intelligence. If you don't like artificial intelligence, anything that features artificial intelligence in regards to art, you shouldn't be using ClipDrop itself already. If you have problems with it doing things that artists are supposed to be able only to do after years and years of practice, right? The illumination thing, all this stuff, the cleanup, image upscaler, all that stuff can be done through like Photoshop or stuff manually. But this instead it is done through artificial intelligence because of certain algorithms, or however, I'm not sure how AI do their job, AI do their work, but I'm pretty sure it is the same type of concept as how AI make art. All right, you feed them information, and through those information they create something, they make something, they do something. That is the very basic thing I understand about artificial intelligence. So yeah, that doesn't add up as well. Doesn't really add up as well as a accusation against the ClipDrop, and has nothing to do with the any controversial anything, because the entire thing is artificial intelligence powered. It is based on AI, so of course whatever you do is going to be improving that technology, right? And it's supposed to be the company that is providing this service is supposed to improve it through feeding it information. What else would it need? What else would you have to give? What any other things that you have to give to this AI program to learn what it needs to learn? If not art, if not photographs, if not images, right? So that is that. I only, as much as I can say that only. If you, it is your discretion. It is up your preferences whether you like the direction of artificial intelligence technology is advancing. I actually don't mind it. I actually feel like it is a step further to humanity as a technology dependent life form. So it's like trying to deny yourself using Photoshop, or being against using Photoshop, against using Clip Studio Art, or any other type of art applications, right? It's just that things are becoming more and more easier to produce, to generate, to emulate using the level of technology we have right now. That is what I believe. Anyway. Anyhow. I've talked too much about that. Sorry. Apologies to anyone that is listening. But I do hope it is still helpful in some way. Okay. Anyhow, let's get back to actually talking about misinformation in general, but specifically what YouTube defines misinformation. Okay. I'm actually has anyone made any sort of questions? Would the telomere let me know that I have questions being sent to me? No. Yeah, I have a telomere. If anyone wants to check that out, ask me questions and anonymously, feel free to do so, right? I can answer questions if you don't feel comfortable on asking them in chat. Anyhow, misinformation policies. It's quite short. Of course, there are examples. We'll go through all of it, right? See how far we can get with just misinformation as a category. We might take several sessions just to talk about community guidelines itself. That is expected. So, misinformation policies. Certain types of misleading or deceptive content with serious risk of egregious harm are not allowed on YouTube. This includes certain types of information that can cause real-world harm, like promoting harmful remedies or treatments, certain types of technically manipulated content, or content interfering with democratic processes. If you find content that violates this policy, report it. Instructions for reporting violations of community guidelines are available here. If you found multiple videos or comments that you would like to report, you can report the channel. Right. So what is this? Right. Does it specifically talk about misinformation? Nah, I just talk about reporting in general. And let's not do this. They want. I was thinking they might be. Oh, this is how you report misinformation. Yeah, it's just reporting in general. Okay. Now, what these policies mean for you? If you're posting content, don't post content on YouTube if it fits any of the descriptions below. Suppression of census participation. Content aiming to mislead census participations about the time, place, means, or eligibility requirement of the census, or false claims that could materially discourage census participation. What is census? What does census mean? An official count or survey, especially of a population. Oh. Alright, I guess so. Simple enough, right? Don't lie about your surveys. Then we have manipulated content. Content that has been technically manipulated or doctored in a way that misleads users. Beyond clips taken out of context and may pose a serious risk of egregious harm. Yeah, manipulated, doctored in a way that misleads users beyond clips taken out of context and may poses serious risk of egregious harm. Yeah. Things like not showing the entire video or showing parts of a video to implicate something, to imply something is happening which isn't happening, or that trying to show part of an image and not showing the rest of the image, or past images to provide a certain narrative. All this is manipulated content. All right? Misattributed content that may pose a serious risk of egregious harm by falsely claiming that old footage from a past event is from a current event. Yeah, basically something like maybe there's like a riot happening, or like there's a protest happening, or there's a massacre happening or something like that, and then trying to say it is happening in today or yesterday or something like that. That is considered misattributed content. Promoting dangerous remedies, cures, or substances. Content that promotes harmful substances, treatments, or substances that present an inherent risk of severe bodily harm or death. Alright. No problem, Shoshi. Thank you for dropping by. Okay. Contradicting expert consensus on certain safe medical practices. Content that contradicts local health authorities or WHO guidance, or certain safe medical practices. Yes, so these are like the people who advocate for treatments that are not peer-reviewed or approved by the necessary, by the appropriate authorities and as such, which is like the WHO and all that stuff. Which happened a lot during the pandemic. I'm pretty sure this misinformation thing is recent, because it has COVID-19 itself as a separate policy, as a separate category. We can see how serious this thing was during the pandemic, at least for the United States, and a lot of parts where people just simply believed or did not believe the government in what they are trying to do, trying to prevent a disease or a infection that is spreading wildly around the world. So yeah, these are, don't post. So they are quite thorough. From what I can tell, this is the general types of misinformation that is very harmful. It could cost someone's life, is what I'm trying to say. Cost someone's life, affects political views, affects health views or health concerns, safety, health safety, all that. As yeah, all this, if people believed in the wrong things, could mean death to them, or mean financial death, or financial bankruptcy for them, or even worse, indirectly promoting them to be violent to certain people, discriminate certain things, certain people, as such. That's why it says egregious harm. Right? But for the first one, it's not egregious harm, it's more like discouraged census participation, discouraging survey participation, egregious harm, severe bodily harm or death. Yeah. Promoting certain treatments or drugs or anything like that, which would be fatal to people. It's also pretty bad, pretty wrong. Here are some examples of content that's not allowed on YouTube. Alright, so what are suppression of census participation? Giving incorrect instructions on how to participate in the census, of course. Discouraging participation in the census by falsely claiming that a respondent's immigration status will be reported to law enforcement. Discouraging participation in the census by falsely claiming that a response's immigration status will be reported to law enforcement. That is interesting. Why specifically immigration though? I guess it's an example only, but I guess it's trying to say like if the census were people were like illegal immigrants participating in the census, they don't want to be falsely discouraging participation in the part. Oh yeah. Trying to tell people if you participate in the census, you will be reported to the law enforcement. Yeah. Oh no! The renovation work is starting back again. I hope you guys don't hear that too loudly. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry if you are hearing it. Alright, manipulated content. Inaccurately translated video subtitles that inflame geopolitical tensions, creating serious risks of egregious harm. Inaccurately translated video subtitles inflame geopolitical tensions. Yes. Right. Videos that have been technically manipulated beyond clips taken out of context to make it appear that a government official is dead. Okay. Video content that has been technically manipulated beyond clips taken out of context to fabricate events where there's a serious risk of egregious harm. Yeah. Misattributed content. Content inaccurately presented as documenting human rights abuses in a specific location that is actually content from another location or event. So there is abuse of human rights, but just not at a place that's being claimed to be in. Content showing a military crackdown on protesters with false claims that the content is from a current event when the footage is actually several years old. Harmful remedies, cures, and substances. Miracle mineral solution, black salve, turpentine, B17. Oh, there's no new music. Let's continue. High-grade hydrogen peroxide. Chelation therapy to treat autism. Let me look this up. What the hell is this? Chelation therapy uses special drugs that binds to metals in your blood. What does chelation therapy do? What metals like lead, mercury, iron, and arsenic build up in your body? They can be toxic. Chelation, there is a treatment that uses medicine to remove these metals so that they make you sick. Some alternative healthcare providers also use it to treat heart disease, autism, and Alzheimer's disease. Okay. Is chelation therapy FDA approved? No. FDA has never approved any chelation product for OTC use for any health condition. Yep, that's why. That's why it's very dangerous to just Google some sort of treatment and believe it is legitimate. Like WebMD just says this. And not telling you that it's not approved. Damn. WebMD, why you are like that? Okay. Yet this treatment is only approved by the US Food and Drug Administration to treat metal poisoning. Are you sure about that? FDA clearly didn't say they approved it though. Can we just... Oh! Thank you for the raid, Dusk! Hello. Oh, thank you for the follow, Rave Stardust. Welcome to my office. We're doing a live seminar right now, talking about YouTube's community guidelines. But of course, we just a few minutes ago, I ended up talking about this thing. Oops, not here. I talked about this and specifically this. Why people are spreading misinformation on them using NFTs. If you want me to repeat it, I will gladly repeat it. But it's why I'm talking about it is because we're going through YouTube's community guidelines, specifically starting with misinformation. Hello, Phoenix Wright's love child. I wish I was Phoenix Wright's son, but I can't be that. But then again, just in fiction, I don't want to be his son in real life. I would not be hired by anyone. I would not be hired by any firm to be a lawyer if I was his son. I wouldn't even be in it. I wouldn't want to be in his firm. But yeah, welcome Dusk, and welcome everyone else. I believe Kota, maybe Kota is there, or maybe Sam is there as well. Hello. But if you are going to be sleeping soon, feel free to go to sleep. All right. I know it's pretty late. Okay. Yeah, looking now. So it's fine if you have to go. I know. Gotta be go to sleep soon. Yes. Do go and rest. All right. So yeah, talk about this. Right. Talk about the clip drop thing and how my Twitter blew up because of that, and how it is impossible to stop this misinformation because it has been spread to. Let me check again. But yeah, I don't need to check it. About 8,000 retweets. So I tried. At least I protected my community. At least I hope so. But yeah, going through misinformation. Right now, we're looking at harmful remedies, cures, and substances. Apparently, this is a thing, a selection therapy to treat autism. The people believe, apparently, this therapy is supposed to remove metal substances from your body to treat autism, which is damn. People really believe anything they want to believe to cure something, I guess. Man. Anyhow, that's just an example of misinformation in regards to substances. Now we have contradicting expert consensus on safe medical practices. Content that contradicts local health authorities or WHO guidance on the safety of the following. Vaccines deemed safe by health authorities. For more info, read our vaccine misinformation policy. Yes, they have COVID-19 medical information policy as well as vaccine misinformation policy. Pretty interesting. Then we have chemical and surgical abortion methods deemed safe by health authorities. Promotion of alternative health practices deemed unsafe by local health authorities or WHO in the following areas. Promotion of alternative formulas for infants in place of breast milk or commercial formula. Okay. Yeah, I would understand why that is very dangerous and very harmful. Promotion of alternative abortion methods in place of chemical or surgical methods deemed safe by health authorities. Ooh. Nah. Remember, these are just some examples, and don't post content if you think it might violate these policies. Please note these policies also apply to external links in your content. This can include clickable URLs, verbally directing users to other sites and videos as well as other forms. Oops, sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Jake Light. I'm a gaming lawyer, but I'm also a real-life lawyer as well. We're doing a live seminar right now. Basically, I talk about... This is called legal investigations, where I read the entire legal documents, try and explain it to people to make them have at least a way of understanding this, because I know a lot of people lack the legal skills to read through a legal document properly, the right way, the correct way. And of course, other than that, I also accept any legal questions you want to ask. Feel free to do so if you have any. I can answer any. You have criminal questions, you have civil questions, you have human rights questions, you have employment rights questions, you have copyright questions. If you have what else? Family, negligence, wills, properties like house and stuff, buying house, selling house, wills, all type of any type of legal questions you have. Feel free to answer them. Don't think anything is stupid, right? Don't think anything is a dumb question or anything. There's no such thing as a dumb question. As long as you're earnestly wondering about it, curious about it, I will answer them as best as I can. Okay? Of course, I don't just do this type of streams. I also am a variety streamer. I play all kinds of games. Just recently I finished Far Cry 6 and I'll be playing a new game. Not sure what, but we'll see. Maybe I'll make a poll. But I play horror games as well. I play a bunch of different types of RPGs, FPS, platformers, puzzle games, narrative games, visual novel games, anything that piques my interest. But yeah, I also draw. I do art commissions. Right now I'm having this emote promotion thing that if you want me to do emotes, whether in 2s or 4s, if you want me to do 2 emotes, I will only need you to pay me 3 gift subs. And if you want me to do 4, you only need to pay 5 gift subs. Simple, very simple. And why am I doing that? Why do I have that such a way as payment? Because I want to be able to give back to my community. By doing gift subs, my viewers would be able to benefit from it as well. Not just the person's commissioning me for it. Also, it benefits me a bit as well, right? So there's that. So yeah, pretty much that's what I do. That's what I do in my platform. So hope anyone that's watching, hope your stay is a good one. And if you're going to be sleeping soon, you're going to be resting soon, have a good night, right? Have a good night. And anyways, thank you for dropping by. I hope to see you all again, either tomorrow or next week, because I do weekday streams. All right, done. All right, let's move on. Okay, so let's see. These are just examples. Please note these policies also apply to external links in your content. Includes clickable URLs, verbally directing users to other sites and videos, as well as other forms. So yeah, not just your content, your videos, your comments, your messages in YouTube, everything, even outside of YouTube, as long as it is connecting back to your platform, your channel, your account. So that's what they are trying to say over here. Then we have ETSA, the exception, educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic content. We may allow content that violates the misinformation policies noted on this page if that content includes additional context in the video, audio, title, or description. This is not a pass to promote misinformation. Additional context may include countervailing views from local health authorities or medical experts. We may also make exceptions if the purpose of the content is to condemn, dispute, or satirize misinformation that violates our policies. Right. This is very easy to try and use, but not very easy to be applicable for, right? We always think that when we talk about controversial stuff, it's okay to talk about it because we are not, because in our mind, in our intentions, we're not trying to promote it. But if we are not being directly, or we're not being obvious in our intention to condemn it, dispute it, or satirize it, people will construe it as us promoting, like you can do it. Like ablaze language, using certain languages that is might be offensive to people, using certain words that might be discriminative, you talking about things that might be discriminative, joking about things that might be discriminative, without really trying to emphasize that it is wrong, is not allowed. People would not just that, right? Not just doing that is wrong, but people are people. They interpret things differently. They might take your joke as truth, or as, on the other side, as a joke, as something that's not true, or they might take it as something that is okay to say about, okay to joke about, whenever possible, whenever you can. So there's that problem. That's why I personally say this is very something that you can't just simply do. But be very careful whenever you make something considered to be educational, documentary, or scientific or artistic. Anything you want to talk about, discuss about, you have to make it very certain, be very apparent that you are serious about it, you're not joking about it, you don't want people to make light of the issue. Sorry about it. So, then we have what happens if content violates this policy. If your content violates this policy, we'll remove the content and send you an email to let you know. If it is your first time violating, get a warning, strike. If you get 3 strikes, terminated. Okay, I've talked about this earlier, so I won't delve into it too much. So this is just one part of misinformation. Right, we have election misinformation. Right, elections misinformation. So this is something more political. Certain types of misleading or deceptive content with serious risk of egregious harm are not allowed on YouTube. This includes types of information that can cause real harm. They even have a video on it. Right, but I believe the video is just talking about what is written here, right? What the policies mean for you. If you're posting content that is these policies prohibit certain types of content relating to free and fair democratic elections. Free and fair democratic elections. Don't post elections related content on YouTube if it fits any of the descriptions noted below. Voter suppression. Content aiming to mislead voters about the time, place, means, or eligibility requirements for voting, or false claims that could materially discourage voting. So that's very obvious. Don't tell people how and where and why to vote falsely, which is not true, right? Can say all these things that are true, right? Just don't say anything that is untrue. That's what voter suppression means. Then we have candidate eligibility. Content that advances false claims related to the technical eligibility requirements for the current political candidates and sitting elected government officials to serve in office. Right, so I guess this happens. People lying about the requirements to become a political candidate or to be elected as government officials. Then eligibility requirements considered are based on applicable national law and include age, citizenship, or vital status. Oh my English. So I don't think there's much to talk about this one. Incitement to interfere with democratic processes. This is the one I think is popular in US at least. But also Malaysia. I would say Malaysia also has these problems as well. Content encouraging others to interfere with democratic processes. This includes obstructing or interrupting voting procedures. Yes, very happened in US. So I guess this is why they have this separate category. But also kinda happens in Malaysia, but not to the extent of US, where recently one of our former prime minister has been sentenced to 12 years of jail. I think 12 years of jail for corruption. But this former prime minister has a group of fanatical people, I would say, just is like loyal to the end to this former prime minister, and they might be capable. They aren't capable of violent things, as far as I can say, or they have not committed any violent act, but they are quite fanatical. They basically, I would say, it's because of the former prime minister and how they address this group of people, same as how the U.S. former president has addressed his people, would incite this sort of problem, right? Incite interference with democratic processes. So yeah, I would say this is a very real thing that's happening in life. Not to say voter suppression or candidate eligibility is not as serious, but all equally serious. That said, this is happening more and more apparent. Then we have distribution of hacked materials, content that contains hacked info, the disclosure which may interfere with democratic processes. Okay, there's all this stuff. My mind can only refer back to the US, unfortunately, because this is what I have heard from happening in US. But yeah, apparently people hacked into like sort of democratic processes, like their voting system and such. Election integrity. Content advancing false claims that widespread fraud, errors or glitches occurred in certain past certified national elections, or content that claims that the certified results of those elections were false. This policy currently applies to any past US presidential election, the 2021 German federal election, the 2014 and 2018 Brazilian presidential elections. Keep in mind that this isn't a complete list. I like that they are very clear that, this is not exhaustive, it's not limited, it's just examples. Anything that would be considered related to free and fair democratic elections, the type of content that is prohibited is going to be prohibited. So I can't really say anything. Yeah, I mean, so there are the examples. Let's see. Telling viewers they can vote through inaccurate methods like texting their vote to a particular number, giving made-up voter eligibility requirements like saying that a particular election is only open to voters over 50 years old, telling viewers an incorrect voting date, claiming that a voter's political party affiliation is visible on a vote by mail envelope, False claims that non-citizen voting has determined the outcome of past elections. False claims that Brazilian electronic voting machines have been hacked in the past to change an individual's vote. Okay, oh yeah, that's terrible. Claims that a candidate or sitting government official is not eligible to hold office based on false info about the age required to hold office in that country or region. Claims that a candidate or sitting government official is not eligible to hold office based on false info about citizenship status requirements to hold office in that country or region. It's the same that they are deceased, not old enough, or otherwise do not meet eligibility requirements. Okay, apparently that happens. Telling viewers to create long voting lines with the purpose of making it harder for others to vote. Damn, people, why you be so mean? Telling viewers to hack government websites to delay the release of election results. Okay, damn. And distribution of hacked materials. Videos that contain hack info about a political candidate shared with the intent to interfere in an election. Okay. Election integrity. Claims that a candidate only won a swing state in the US 2020 presidential election due to voting machine glitches that changed votes. Claims that dead people voted in numbers that changed the outcome of the US 2016 presidential election. Claims that widespread fraud or errors occurred in a past US presidential election. Claims that the US 2020 presidential election was rigged or stolen. Claims that fake ballots were dumped to give one candidate enough votes to win a state in a past US presidential election. Content advancing false claims that widespread fraud, error, or glitches changed the outcome of the German parliamentary. Why are they so specific though? Can't it be, I guess these are just examples, real life examples that happened. Bundestag elections delegitimizes the formation of the new government or the election and appointment of the next German chancellor. False claims that widespread fraud, error, and glitches changed the outcome of the 2018 Brazilian presidential election. They may allow content that violates the election integrity policy noted on this page if the content includes additional context in the video, audio, title, or description. It is not a pass to promote misinformation. Additional context may include countervailing views, or if the purpose of the content is to condemn, dispute, or satirize misinformation that violates our policies. Right, this is just repeating whatever there was in the previous category. Remember, these are just examples. What happens if... Yeah. Okay. Pretty easy, pretty straightforward, very thorough as well, right? So far, so good. And what they ever explain. Let's say what the thing that either Twitch or YouTube has done best is their community guidelines. They are very thorough. To say the least, they are very thorough. And I always say this: it's if you want to know, or you want to learn about what is right or wrong, go read community guidelines. Actually, I mean, of course, I'm not saying should be our only source. If you want to use religious texts or anything else that would be good to prevent harm to other people's, feel free to do so. Right? Feel free to use any other sources as your moral guidance, moral compass, however you want to put it, right? For me, I don't really care wherever it comes from, as long as people understand that things that they do or shouldn't do would harm other people. And that is what my philosophy in life is. Do things to help people instead of trying to harm people or limit people or restrict people doing whatever they want to do, right? As long as the end result is helping people, as long as the end result is improves health, improves mental health or physical health or just general happiness in everyone's life, peace and all that, right? So feel free to browse community guidelines wherever you can, right? it's a really good read to understand in very general what things you should be doing and not doing in the online space, at least, or when you're socializing with people. Okay. All right, so we have COVID-19 medical information policy. We're in the fun part now. Oh, that's this thing. The safety of our creators, viewers, and partners is our highest priority. We look to each of you to help us protect this unique and vibrant community. It's important you understand our community guidelines and the role they play in our shared responsibility to keep YouTube safe. Take the time to carefully read the policy below. You can check out this page for a full list of our guidance. And what is this? Oh, it's just a different compilation of the policies they have. Okay. YouTube doesn't allow content about COVID-19 that poses a serious risk of egregious harm. YouTube doesn't allow content that spreads medical misinformation that contradicts local health authorities or the World Health Organization medical information about COVID-19. This is limited to content that contradicts WHO or local health authorities' guidance on treatment, prevention, diagnosis, transmission, the existence of COVID-19. Yeah, people deny the existence of COVID-19. YouTube's policies on COVID-19 are subject to change in response to changes to global or local health authorities' guidance on the virus. There may be a delay between new LHA, WHO guidance, and policy updates given the frequency with which this guidance changes. And our policy may not cover all the LHA, WHO guidance that are related to COVID-19. Our COVID-19 policies were first published on May 20th, 2020. Okay, what this policy means for you. If you're posting content, don't post content on YouTube if it includes any of the following. Treatment misinformation, content that encourages the use of home remedies, prayer, or rituals in the place of medical treatment such as consulting a doctor or going to the hospital. Content that claims that there's guaranteed cure for COVID-19. Content that recommends use of ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine for the treatment of COVID-19. Claims that hydroxychloroquine is an effective treatment for COVID-19. Categorical claims that ivermectin is an effective treatment for COVID-19. Claims that ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine are safe to use in the prevention of COVID-19. Other content that discourages people from consulting a medical professional or seeking medical advice. Prevention information, content that promotes prevention methods that contradict local health authorities or WHO. Claims that there is a guaranteed prevention method for COVID-19. Claims that any medication or vaccination is a guaranteed prevention method for COVID-19. Content that recommends use of ivermectin of hydroxychloroquine for the prevention of COVID-19. Okay, this is just repeating ivermectin, these two things. Yeah, just remember that it's not good. It's not good. Doesn't treat it. It's not used to be treated. It's not used for as a cure. It's not used for prevention. Right. Even vaccination. Vaccination, we have never, or anyone, I don't think any scientists have ever said it is a guaranteed prevention or a guaranteed cure for COVID-19. It is only the best in terms of mortality rate, in reducing the mortality rate, right? Claims about COVID-19 vaccinations that contradict expert consensus from local claims that improve COVID-19 vaccine will cause death, infertility, miscarriage, autism, or contraction of other infectious diseases. Yes, all this I have heard before. All this misinformation. Claims that an approved COVID-19 vaccine will contain substances that are not on the vaccine ingredient, such as biological matter from fetuses. Oh my god. Fetal tissue, fetal cell lines, or animal products. Yeah, if any of you are like new to what COVID-19 is, I wouldn't say to you this is a good place to quote your source on, but they are a good place to start to understand what are false, at least, right? A lot of this is I learned all of this is because I really look at through a lot of videos talk by actual doctors, actual scientists that specializes in all vaccines talk about it. So, and myself, my personal experience, everything comes down to this, comes down to whatever is about it, whatever truth is about it, right? Now, what is this? Claims that contains claims that COVID-19 vaccines will make people who receive them magnetic. Okay. Alter a person's genetic makeup. Do not reduce risk of serious illness or death. Causes contraction of COVID-19. A specific population will be required to take part in vaccine trials or receive the vaccine first by an entity except for a government. Promotes the use of unapproved or homemade COVID-19 vaccines. Instructions to counterfeit vaccine certificates or offers for sale of such documents. Yes, I know this happens. Reading this is very sad. It is depressing. How many things that people can make up. Why? For whatever purpose it is, all of this is would cost people's lives, man. Diagnostic misinformation. Approved COVID-19 tests are dangerous, cause negative physical health, cannot diagnose COVID-19. COVID-19 tests cannot diagnose COVID-19. Okay. Transmission misinformation. COVID-19 is not caused by viral infection. COVID-19 is not contagious. COVID-19 cannot spread in certain climates or geographies. Any group of the individual has immunity to the virus or cannot transmit the virus. Denies the existence of COVID-19. Oh my god, this needs explanation. Denial that COVID-19 exists. Claims that people have not died or gotten sick from COVID-19. Claims that death rate of COVID-19 is equal or less than that of a common cold or seasonal flu. Claims that COVID-19 is equal to or less transmissible than a common cold or seasonal flu. Claims that symptoms of COVID-19 are never severe. Damn. Right, we have examples. I think this is the same thing. Miracle mineral solution for the treatment of COVID-19. As claims that certain people have immunity to COVID-19 due to their race or nationality. Man, please don't believe any of this bullshit. Encouraging taking home remedies instead of getting medical treatment when sick. Discouraging people from consulting a medical professional if they are sick. Content that claims that holding your breath can be used as a diagnostic test for COVID-19. Oh my god. Videos alleging that if you avoid Asian food, you won't get the coronavirus. Yes, that is very, very racist. Videos alleging that setting off fireworks can clean the air of the virus and will prevent the spread of the virus. Okay. This is funny and also quite mind-boggling. Fireworks will kill virus. Okay. I've seen everything now. Also, COVID-19 is caused by radiation from 5G networks. Who made this list? How did they compile this? Videos alleging that the COVID-19 test is the cause of the virus. Oh my god. Claims that countries with hot climates will not experience the spread of the virus. Oh boy. Oh boy. COVID-19 vaccines kill people who receive them. COVID-19 vaccines are means of population reduction. COVID-19 vaccines contain fetal tissue. Damn, you guys are disgusting. Flu vaccine causes contraction of COVID-19. Flu is more contagious than COVID-19. COVID-19 vaccines causes contraction of other infectious diseases or make people more vulnerable to contraction of other infectious diseases. COVID-19 vaccines contain a microchip or tracking device. Yes, this is quite popular. Achieving herd immunity through natural infection is safer than vaccinating the population. Very popular misinformation as well, which caused a lot of people's death. COVID-19 never causes serious symptoms or hospitalization. Death rate from the seasonal flu is higher than the death rate of COVID-19. People are immune to the virus based on their race. Children cannot or do not contract COVID-19. There have not been cases of deaths in countries where cases of deaths have been confirmed by local health authorities or the WHO. Okay, so if you're making videos for educational, documentary, and scientific artistic content, you can talk about all this misinformation as long as you are, there's some extra stuff, countervailing views from local health authorities or medical experts. Exceptions for the purpose of condemning, disputing, or satirizing misinformation. We may also make exceptions for content showing an open public forum, like a protest or public hearing, provided the content does not aim to promote misinformation that violates our policies. I guess that is allowable, right? Like news reporters going on the streets and asking people why they are not taking vaccines or that they don't agree COVID-19 actual facts. But a lot of times how news reports are molded, right, is they compile, they always try to push a narrative. Whether that a narrative is to support vaccination or against vaccination, you can see it, right? It would be weird to, if let's say that, for example, the people that they randomly ask all just happen to be saying they are against anti-vaccination, and maybe one or two people is like, yeah, I support vaccination. And something's wrong then. Something's definitely wrong if that's how it is done. So not easy to find out if whether they are doing it for actual reporting or not, or just trying to push a narrative. So yeah, so that's the problem with doing things, making this type of content while trying to remain neutral, educational, factual, and accurate. Right, so there's that. That's COVID. Now we talk about vaccine itself. Apparently there's vaccine misinformation policy, just a category for itself. But I think this in general, so it's nothing related to COVID-19, but it probably derives from COVID-19. Doesn't allow spreading of medical misinformation about currently administered vaccines that are approved and confirmed to be safe and effective by local health authorities and by the WHO. This is limited content that contradicts local health authorities or the WHO's guidance on vaccine-based safety, efficacy, and ingredients. Don't post content that is harmful misinformation about currently approved and administered vaccines, vaccine safety, content alleging that vaccines cause chronic side effects outside of rare side effects that are recognized by health authorities, efficacy of vaccines, content claiming that vaccines do not reduce transmission of or contraction of disease, ingredients in vaccines, content misrepresenting the substances contained in vaccines. Right. Examples, vaccines, these are the things that are not allowed. Claims that vaccines cause chronic side effects such as cancer, diabetes, other chronic side effects. Claims that vaccines do not reduce risk of contracting illness. Vaccines contain substances that are not on the vaccine ingredient list. Fetuses, fetal tissue, fetal cell lines, animal byproducts. Vaccines contain substances or devices meant to track or identify those who've received them. Vaccines alter. Oh no, my nose. Vaccines alter a person's genetic makeup. MMR vaccine causes autism. Vaccines are part of a depopulation agenda. Not bad. Flu vaccine causes a chronic side effects such as infertility. HPV vaccine causes chronic side effects such as paralysis. Ugh. Yeah, all bad, all very bad. Okay, this is very short. Very short. YouTube also believes people should be able to share their own experiences. Oh, this is new. Including personal experiences with vaccinations. This means we may make exceptions for content in which creators describe first-hand experiences for themselves or their family. At the same time, we recognize there is a difference between sharing personal experiences and promoting misinformation about vaccines. To address this balance, we will still remove content or channels if they include other policy violations or demonstrate a pattern of promoting vaccine misinformation. And they have all this actual... that's pretty good of them. They provide links to all the health authorities for you to look into in regards to vaccinations and stuff. Very informative, at least for misinformation. So, oh boy, we've covered misinformation. That took 1 hour, people. That took 1 hour. All right. So, what else should we be focusing on that now? Focusing on, let's change the music. All right. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, so we have spam and deceptive practices, we have sensitive content, we have violent or dangerous content, we have regulated goods. Left. Let's talk about harassment. Yeah, let's talk about harassment. Nah, maybe do something. I've just saw child safety. So, like what I can tell, at least from my memory of reading the Twitch community guidelines, there are some categories that it doesn't exist in Twitch's community guidelines, such as playlists and whatever these additional policies is, child safety, thumbnails, vulgar language. Okay, apparently there's a thing. Firearms, sale of illegal or regulated goods or services. Let's look at vulgar language. So, I can't swear. Some language may not be appropriate for viewers under 18. We may consider the following factors when deciding whether to age restrict or remove content or issue a strike on the channel. Use of sexually explicit language or narratives. Use of excessive profanity in your video. Use of heavy profanity or sexually suggestive terms in your video title, thumbnail, or associated metadata. Use of excessive sexual sounds. The above list isn't complete. Excessive. What's excessive? Examples. A video focused on the use of profanities, like a compilation of clip taken out of context. Okay, understandable. Video that features road rage or a sustained rant with heavy profanities. Okay, understandable. A video that features the use of heavy profanities during a physical confrontation or to describe acts of violence. Okay. Well, this is quite short. Quite short and not really that helpful, I would say. I mean, makes sense. You shouldn't be putting any swear words in your thumbnail or title or any associated metadata. But excessive sexual sounds. You mean ASMR? Or the ASMR that is could be considered sexual sounds, or people making moaning sounds or groaning sounds. But excessive, so meaning to say, as long as it's not excessive, it's okay for viewers under 18 to watch. It's very vague. It's very vague. Because the word excessive, they have the word excessive there, meaning it's subjective, not really something objective, something that you can quantify. How much is too much, and how little is too little, right? That is the problem with that. Sexually explicit language or narratives, that is understandable, but yeah, how much is too much swearing? How little is too little swearing? Well, interesting policy in any case, but practically speaking, I'm not sure this is gonna be enforced in any meaningful way, except for extreme cases. But then this leaves to those that are not so extreme cases, those that are mild cases. They leave them in a very gray area, right? Anyhow, that was short. Let's just look at other things, I guess. Since though they are quite short, I think I can really cover them all. Let's just cover the entire sensitive content first. So nudity and sexual content. Oh, let's see if they have like any sort of visual for us to see. 1 minute 30 seconds, okay. Sex and nudity, YouTube.
True or false? Nudity is never allowed on YouTube. What do you think? The answer is false. While sexually explicit content like pornography isn't allowed, we actually allow nudity when the primary purpose is educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic.
Always
And if there's no nudity, but minimal clothing meant only to be sexually provocative, it'll likely be age-restricted. Let's take a look at other examples. A creator uploads a video about the greatest works of art in history, which contains nude artwork. In another video, a creator uploads a compilation of hacked photos and clips that contain nude celebrities. Do either of these videos violate our community guidelines?
That would be obvious.
Yes. The second video violates the sex and nudity policy because the content and purpose of the video is meant to be sexually gratifying.
There's all other things as well, I would say.
Gray areas and lots more to our policy around sex and nudity on YouTube. How much of it do you understand? For example, what if you just made a playlist of clips of celebrity wardrobe accidents? Could your channel get a strike? To learn the answer and more, go to the YouTube Help Center article on sex and nudity here or the link in the description. Thanks for watching.
Which is this one, right? Yeah, it's the same thing. Is it lengthy? Okay, it's a bit lengthy. So we'll see what is considered more details. Oh, this is also recent. Actually, recently updated. So at least within the policies themselves, there are some parts that tell you, yeah, we updated this, but it's a pain in the ass to find out though. On September 7th, 2022, we updated our nudity and sexual content policy to more consistently enforce our community guidelines. You can learn more about these changes on our forum. This policy has been updated with these changes. Ooh, oh, okay. I want to read this. In order to be more consistently apply our community guidelines, we're updating today our policies on nudity and sexual content for both live action and animated content. Apply to everything. Videos, links, comments, community posts, images. What's changing? Where we are being more permissive. Sex and nudity in fictional scripted content. With this policy update, more content from TV shows, movies, and other fictional settings will be allowed on the platform as long as it has the proper context and doesn't cross the line of sexually gratifying content. For example, we may no longer age gate a non-graphic sex scene from dramatized or fictional content as long as there's no nudity, and we may not age restrict the appearance of a sex toy into scripted content as long as it isn't being depicted in a sexually explicit way. Ooh, okay. This is definitely different from Twitch. But I'm not sure Twitch has recently updated their community guidelines. This is very recent though. This is like this month. Just this month, just few days ago, this was updated. September 8th. Yeah, just a week ago. Sex and nudity in educational content. We will allow content that is intended for educational purposes as long as it is not sexually gratifying. So we will allow content that shows someone using a sex toy. However, we may not age restrict content where sex toys are seen in a video for the purposes of safe sex tutorials or product reviews. This content might cross the line into being policy violative if the sex toy is being used. Don't use it then. Why? If you want to be educational, don't actually try and demonstrate it. All right? Don't demonstrate it. Where we are being more restrictive. Oh, sexual sounds and ASMR content. Aha. We've strengthened our policies to better identify and action ASMR content that is sexually gratifying. This is totally the opposite direction where Twitch is going over here. ASMR videos with audio sexual sounds may be age restricted or removed from the platform. Yep. I mean, it's the most famous one. Just. I mean, it's Twitch. So let's just go over Twitch. Go over to Twitch and see this. Twitch. Amaranth. Ah, okay. As you can see, even. Damn. Okay, so yeah, she's not doing ASMR right now, is she? Not gonna watch. Just okay, not ASMR, but this. Okay, but normally she does ASMR, but everyone else, this type of ASMR, I'm pretty sure they are considered something considered sexual sounds. Sexually gratifying. So yeah, if you want to be streaming those sort of content in YouTube, please be informed. You can't do that anymore. which is very interesting. Sexually explicit images. As a part of this policy update, we will fully enforce on images such as thumbnails, avatars, banners, and posts that show sexually explicit content. Specifically, we will fully enforce on images containing nudity, unwanted sexualization, and sex acts. Yeah, this is like very prevalent in YouTube thumbnails, which is clickbait, clickbait at best. And glad YouTube is trying to do something about it. And use of sex toys. We will continue to not allow videos of sex toys when they are in use. Okay. As usual, note that links that send users to websites featuring pornography or other violative content are not allowed on YouTube. Don't direct viewers or through the links or verbally to a website with content that violates YouTube's community guidelines. Right. Oh, there's replies. Okay. Useless replies. Anyhow. So there's that. Let's just go into the policy itself and see what they have to say. Explicit content meant to be sexually gratifying is not allowed on YouTube. Posting pornography may result in content removal or channel termination. Videos containing fetish content will be removed or age restricted. In most cases, violent, graphic, or humiliating fetishes are not allowed on YouTube. If you find content that violates this policy, report it. Instructions for reporting violations of our community guidelines are available here. If you found a few videos or comments that you would like to report, you can report the channel. Sexually explicit content featuring minors and content that sexually exploits minors is not allowed on YouTube. We report content containing child sexual abuse imagery to the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children, who work with the global law enforcement agencies. Ooh. They are very serious about that, at least. What this policy means for you. If you are posting content, explicit content that violates this policy could result in channel termination. This applies to real-world, dramatized, illustrated, and animated content, including sex scenes, video games, and music. Don't post content on YouTube if it shows the depiction of clothed or unclothed genitals, breasts, or buttocks that are meant for sexual gratification. Pornography, the depiction of sexual acts or fetishes that are meant for sexual gratification. Right. Other types of content that violate this policy. Masturbation, fondling or grouping of genitals, breasts, or buttocks. Using sex toys to give viewers sexual gratification, nudity or partial nudity that's meant for sexual gratification, bestiality or promotion of bestiality, incest or promotion of incest, non-consensual sex acts or unwanted sexualization, celebrity wardrobe accidents or nude photo leaks, violent, graphic, or humiliating fetish content where the purpose is sexual gratification, aggregating content that's meant for sexual gratification. I'm not sure what this means, aggregating. Any sexual content involving minors, see our child safety on the YouTube page for more information. The above list isn't complete. Right. Understandable. Age-restricted content. This policy applies to videos, video descriptions, comments, live videos, audios, and any other YouTube product or feature. Remember, these are just some examples, and don't post content. Wait. Oh, no. We consider the following when deciding whether to age restrict or remove content. Whether clothed or unclothed breasts, buttocks, or genitals are the focal point of the video, whether the subject is depicted in a pose that is intended to sexually arouse the viewer, whether the language used in the video is graphic or lewd, whether they use the word lewd. Is it an actual word? I don't want to search it through here. I'm just gonna go open it on the other. Right? Just that I want some things to be appearing that I don't want to be appearing on the stream. Crude and offensive in a sexual way. Okay. Alright then. where the subject actions in the video invite sexual activity, such as by kissing, provocative dancing, or fondling. Okay, whether the clothing would be generally unacceptable in public contexts, such as lingerie. I always, this reminded me, I always say lingerie as lingerie or something. Hey Jazz, welcome. Hello. Good morning to you, or good afternoon for you. But yeah, talking about YouTube's community guidelines. Anyhow, so these are things you shouldn't be doing, right? Whether the clothing will be generally unacceptable, whether sexual imagery or audio has been blurred, masked, or obscured. Wait, what? Because of the ability to whether the age restrict or remove content. So they would age restrict or remove content if there are sexual imagery or audio has been blurred, masked, or obscured. Or sexual, or no, these are the factors, sort of. Sexual imagery or audio is fleeting or prolonged in the content. Hello, good evening. So if it's blurred, masked, or obscured, then it will be good. If it's shorter, it will be good. Oh, sorry. Whether the content invites others to participate in a challenge involving sexual acts. Ugh, okay. Educational content. We may allow nudity when the primary focus is educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic, and it isn't gratuitous. For example, a documentary on breast cancer would be appropriate, but posting clips out of context to sexually gratify from the same documentary is not. Out of context nudity in indigenous communities, during medical procedures, during childbirth, during artistic performances, or during breastfeeding may not meet our documentary exception. I see. Oh, okay. Out of context nudity. The same applies to depictions of sex scenes in artistic content such as films, audio, stories, music, or video games. Remember that giving context in the content, title, description will help us and your viewers determine the primary purpose of the video. Yep. It's not easy. Not easy to be like trying to put up content that show all this stuff as and say it is documentary or for educational purposes or artistic or scientific. Man, I am too dumb to get what any of this means. It all comes in one ear and leaving the next. You know, just whatever you think you should be doing on YouTube, just don't do it. That's what I would say. If you have to think that it is right or wrong, just assume you can't do it. And we have examples. Here are some examples of content that's not allowed on YouTube. Clips extracted from non-pornographic films, shows, or other content in order to isolate sexual content. Clips extracted from non-pornographic films, shows, or other content in order to isolate sexual content. I see. Real world or artistic. Yep, this is like basically all context clips where they just show some sexual content in it. Understandable? Groping, pantsing, kissing, public masturbation, upskirting, voyeurism, predatory exhibition, or any other content that depicts someone in a sexualized manner without their consent. As easy to understand, content that depicts sexual acts, behaviors, or sex toys that's meant for sexual gratification. Very easy to understand as well. They are just examples, so if you think it might violate this policy, don't post it. Yeah, a good tip. If you think content might violate this policy, don't post it. See, don't do what I want. Oh, there's more examples. Playlists that aggregate content containing nudity or sexual themes for the purposes of sexual gratification. Provocative dancing that is focused on the dancer's genitals, buttocks, or breasts, or that includes fondling or groping. Content that sexualizes rape in any form, or content that aggregates clips of dramatized rape scenes, audio or textual depictions of sexual acts for the purpose of sexual gratification, content showing bodily fluids or excretion such as urine for the purpose of sexual gratification, content using otherwise everyday objects or scenarios such as injections or eating what? For the purpose of sexual gratification. Oh yeah, okay, I know what it means. I think only adults will know what all this means. Video game content which has been developed or modified for sexual gratification or focuses on themes of unwanted sexualization. Yes, we know. People mod things to make things happen. Which is sad. This just reminds me of Monster Hunter, where people give genitals to the monsters as a mod. I don't know why people do that, but people do that. Anyhow, that's it for this category of policy, nudity and sexual policy. We're moving to the next one, thumbnails, which is very, I would say, a very common thing, a very important thing to have policy on. Why do that Monster Hunter of all things? Yeah, don't ask me. It's not my thing. Okay, so thumbnails and other images that violate our community guidelines aren't allowed on YouTube. Images include banners, avatars, community posts, and any other YouTube feature that has images. Right, so thumbnails is not just thumbnails, it's everything that you can upload is considered anything that you can upload as an image is considered part of this policy. If you find thumbnails or other images that violate this policy, report it. Okay. So what does this mean? Don't post a thumbnail or other image that shows pornographic imagery, sexual acts, sex toys, fetishes, sexually gratifying imagery, nudity that includes genitals, imagery that depicts unwanted sexualization, violent imagery that intends to shock or disgust, graphic or disturbing imagery, blood or gore, vulgar and lewd language, a thumbnail that misleads viewers to think they are about to view something that's not in the video. Yes, clickbait thumbnails. Okay, I gotta go, Jake. Just go up and I gotta go show. Have a good swim. Alright, no problem. Thank you for dropping by, Jazz. Have a good shower, alright? And have a good rest of your day. The list isn't complete. Yes. I always put that, right? Always put that. Age restricted thumbnails and thumbnail removal. Sometimes the thumbnail may not be appropriate for all audiences, but it doesn't violate our community guidelines. When that happens, we may age restrict the video, or we may remove the thumbnail, but we don't issue a strike on your channel. If we remove a thumbnail, we let you know, and you can upload another thumbnail. Here's what we consider what we remove or age restrict these kinds of thumbnails. Whether breasts, buttocks, or genitals are the focal point of a thumbnail, whether the subject is depicted in a pose or clothing that is intended to sexually arouse the viewer, whether violent or gory imagery is the focal point of the thumbnail, whether written text is intended to be vulgar or shock or disgust viewers, whether title, description, tags, or other data indicate an intent to shock or disgust viewers. What happens when the thumbnails violate our policies? If your thumbnail contains pornography, we may terminate your channel. If your thumbnail violates other policies, we remove the thumbnail and may issue a strike against your account. If it's the first time you've posted content that violates our community guidelines, you get a warning with no penalty to your channel. If it's not the first time, we issue a strike against your channel. If you get 3 strikes in 90 days or your channel is taken, it's the same thing for all these policies. Let's go to child safety. Right, there's a video on it.
True or false? Videos of minors in real school fights are allowed on YouTube. What do you think?
Okay.
The answer is false. Content that endangers the emotional and physical well-being of minors is not allowed on YouTube. A minor is someone who's not an adult, which is anyone younger than 18 years old in most countries. If you see content that violates this policy, please report it. If you believe that a child is in danger, you should reach out to your local law enforcement agency to report the situation immediately. Let's look at more examples. A creator uploads a video teaching their child how to ride a dirt bike. The child wears safety equipment appropriately and is well supervised by their parent. Another creator uploads a video featuring a group of minors setting up fireworks without the presence of adults. Do either of these videos violate our community guidelines?
Oh, yes. Oh, I thought it was on the left. Being sarcastic over here.
Clearly supervised by an adult. Some activities involving risk are allowed as long as those activities don't violate community guidelines. But what about pulling a prank on a kid? Pretending that their family abandoned them? Would that be a violation? To learn that and more, go to the YouTube Help Center article.
Yes. Okay. So this like, hey, this video interested you, right? Might as well go and read the entire thing that you're supposed to read. Oh, there's an update. Content that targets young minors and families but contains sexual themes, violence, obscene, or other mature themes not suitable for young audiences is not allowed on YouTube. In addition to your title, description, tags, ensure your audience selection matches the audience your content is suitable for. YouTube doesn't allow content that endangers the emotional and physical well-being of minors. A minor is defined as someone under the legal age of majority, usually anyone younger than 18 years old in most countries' regions. If don't post content if it fits any of the descriptions below. Sexualizing of minors, sexually explicit content featuring minors, and content that sexually exploits minors. We report content containing child sexual abuse imagery to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, who work with the global law enforcement agencies. Harmful or dangerous acts involving minors. Content showing a minor participating in dangerous activities or encouraging minors to do dangerous activities. Never put minors in harmful situations that may lead to injury, including dangerous stunts, dares, or pranks. Should be clear cut. Infliction of emotional distress on minors. Okay, emotional distress. Cause minor participants to feel emotional distress. Exposing minors to mature themes, simulating parental abuse, coercing minors, violence. Misleading family content. Content that targets your minors and families, but contains sexual themes, violence, obscenity, or other mature themes not suitable for young audiences. Family-friendly cartoons that target young minors and contain adult or age-appropriate themes such as violence, sex, death, drugs, and more. Make sure your titles, description, and text match the audience you're targeting. Yeah. Cyberbullying and harassment involving minors. Target individuals for abuse or humiliation. Reveals personal information like email addresses or bank account numbers. Records someone without their consent. Sexually harasses. Encourages others to bully or harass. Okay. Straightforward enough. Okay. Age-restricted content. So these are less serious but still important. Harmful or dangerous acts that minors could imitate. Content containing adults participating in dangerous activities that minors could easily imitate. If the content itself warns minors not to perform dangerous activities, we may allow this content without restriction. We also need to explain the need for professional adult supervision. Adult themes in family content meant for adult audiences, but could easily be confused with family content. This includes cartoons that contain adult themes such as violence, sex, or death. Remember, you can age restrict your content upon upload if it's intended for mature audiences. Vulgar language. Some language is not appropriate for younger audiences. Content using sexually explicit language or excessive profanity may lead to age restriction. Simple enough as well, right? These are really, I just like to recap of sorts. It's like, whatever we're learning right now in terms of community guidelines is basically how a normal person who wishes for the best of humanity, doesn't want to harm it in any way possible, wants to stay neutral at least, should be able to understand this, follow this, or be able to practice this kind of approach, this kind of compliance with the policies. Content featuring minors. To protect minors on YouTube, content that doesn't violate our policies but features children may have some features disabled at both the channel and video level. These features may include comments, live chat, live streaming, video recommendations, how and when your video is recommended, community posts, how to protect minors in your content. Our goal is to protect both uploaders and viewers before posting content of yourself. Your family or friends, think carefully about whether it may put anyone at risk of negative attention. Make sure the minor is supervised by an adult and is performing age-appropriate activities such as demonstrating hobbies, educational content, or public performance. Make sure the attire worn is age-appropriate. Avoid attire that overexposes the minor or is form-fitting. Use YouTube's private settings to limit who can see the videos you post. Right. Should be doing all of this if your content is focused on all audiences, for all audiences to watch. Don't post content on YouTube that features minors and meets one or more of the following. Filmed in private spaces at home such as bedrooms or bathrooms. Features minors soliciting contact from strangers, dares or challenges online, or discussing adult topics. Shows activities that could draw undesired attention to minors such as performing body contortions and ASMR. Reveals personal details about a minor. Reveals personal details about a minor. These are just some examples. You can get more best practices for child safety here. If you are under 18 or the applicable age of majority in your country, be internet awesome. What can help you be safe online? Helping kids be safe, confident, explore the online world. Okay. To make smart decisions, be internet awesome teaches kids the fundamentals of digital citizenship and safety so they can explore the online world with confidence. Alright. That's actually cool. Kind of cool for Google to be doing for this. How old would the kids need to be though to learn these things? To be able to understand these things? But this is quite a feature that YouTube has. Good for YouTube. Good for YouTube for doing all these things. Examples. A video featuring minors involved in provocative, sexual or sexually suggestive activities, challenges and dares such as kissing or groping, showing minors involved in dangerous activities. For example, physical stunts, using weapons or explosives, using controlled substance like alcohol and nicotine. It's not just dangerous, that's illegal. Video with tags like for children or whose audience is set to yes, it's made for kids. Featuring family-friendly cartoons engaging in inappropriate acts like injecting needles. Remember, these are just some examples and don't post content if you think it might violate this policy. Yes. Just don't. Offering money, praise, likes, or any other incentive to a minor to participate in physical contact with someone else. If video advertises sexual content featuring minors or abusive content featuring minors, Predatory behavior involving communications with all about minors, aggregating innocent content for minors for the purposes of sexual gratification, fight or bullying, videos featuring kids, challenges, pranks, or stunts that pose the risk of physical injury or serious emotional distress. Encouraging minors to participate in dangerous activities even if there are no minors in the content. Content simulating parental abuse or abandonment, simulating exposure to death or violence, or causing minors intense shame or humiliation. Using cartoons, puppets, or family entertainment characters to appeal to children where content features adult themes like violence and sex. Yeah. It's actually quite abundant. I'm not sure whether it is still now, but the time where my nieces and nephews been watching YouTube, there's so many weird, supposedly family-friendly homemade videos to entertain children. All depict some sort of a weird violence and pregnancy. Very weird. And this is done by actual children and adults. Really weird. Well, some of them aren't children. Some of it is like adults. Adults like dressing in cosplays or like Marvel heroes or such. Running around doing violent stuff or doing illegal stuff or doing pretty much anything that's adult, and then you can't really say that there's any actual violence or anything, just they are acting out those sort of things, but still very bad. I'm not sure if those type of videos has been culled away, but I do hope so. Right, then we have this, right? Anyone who is not comfortable with this, with talking about this, feel free to tune out, mute yourself, alright? We're going to be talking about suicide, self-harm. If you're not comfortable hearing all of these examples, please step away, go watch someone else's streams, or anything, alright? I do not want you to be any harm or any sort of pain, so that's my warning. All right, that's my warning before I start. So okay, all right, I'll start now. Okay, suicide and self-harm policy. At YouTube, we take the health and well-being of our creators and viewers seriously. Awareness and understanding of mental health is important, and we support creators sharing their stories, such as posting content discussing their experiences with depression, self-harm, or other mental health issues. However, we do not allow content on YouTube that promotes suicide, self-harm, that is intended to shock or discuss or poses a considerable risk to viewers. What to do if you find this content? If you believe someone is in danger, get in touch with the local emergency services for help. Flag the video to bring it to our attention. If you find yourself being negatively affected by any mental health, suicide, or self-harm related content you come across, know that there is support available and you are not alone. In the next section, you can find a list of resources and contact information for organizations that can offer advice. What to do if you need support? If you are depressed, having thoughts of suicide, or self-harming, know there is help and you're not alone. While coping with painful emotions, many people might self-harm or experience suicidal thinking. Talking to a mental health care provider can help determine if you have a mental illness that requires care. It can also help you to identify healthy, effective coping strategies and develop skills to manage difficult feelings. Below is a list of organizations dedicated to help those in need in different countries and regions. These are recognized crisis service partners. Partnerships vary by country region. It's very, very nice of them to put this all up. Very nice to put this all up. So these are all the various emergency lines for each country. They have a lot. Malaysia doesn't have any of it, unfortunately. Even Singapore has it. Sad. Alright. Community guidelines for posting suicide or self-harm related. YouTube users should not be afraid to speak openly about the topics of mental health, suicide, and self-harm in a supportive and non-harmful way. However, there are times when content is created that is sensitive and may pose a risk for some users. When you create content that contains suicide or self-harm related topics, take into account the possible negative impact of your content or other users, especially minors and users who may be sensitive to this content. To protect and support your viewers and other users, please follow the community guidelines below when creating content related to suicide or self-harm. Not following these community guidelines may result in a strike, removal of your content, or other restrictions to protect users. This community guideline. Don't post the following content. Content promoting or glorifying suicide or self-harm. Instructions on how to die or suicide or engage in self-harm. Content related to suicide or self-harm that is targeted at minors. Graphic images of self-harm. Visuals of bodies of suicide victims unless blurred or covered so they are fully obscured. Blurred imagery in combination with details or visuals that show the methods of suicide. Videos showing the lead up to a suicide or suicide attempts and suicide rescue footage without sufficient context. Content showing participation or instructions or suicide and self-harm challenges. Blue whale or Momo challenges. I heard of those. Suicide notes or letters without sufficient context. Yes. Really. Don't. I would say unless you're a professional, right? You're a professional in like a doctor or such. Medical practitioner or something. Otherwise, don't try to make such a content or discuss anything of this such. At best, what you can do as a content creator, as a general content creator, I would say be careful, be gentle with whatever you have to say to people that are suicidal or have been inflicting harm to themselves, and don't try to be a doctor and advise anything. If need be, if really problematic, direct them to the proper channels to get help if they seem to be in a mental distress or anything like that, right? So that's that. And now continuing, in some cases we may restrict rather than remove suicide, self-harm content, even amidst placing an age restriction, a warning, a crisis resource panel video. This is not a complete list. Content is meant to be educational, documentary, scientific, artistic. Content that is of public interest. Graphic content is sufficiently blurred and doesn't provide details or visuals of the method used to perform suicide or self-harm. Dramatizations or scripted content, which includes but is not limited to animation, video games, music videos, and clips from movies and shows. Detailed discussion of suicide or self-harm methods, locations, and hotspots. Graphic descriptions of self-harm or suicide. Best practices for creators posting content about suicide or self-harm. We recommend using these best practices. Avoid showing suicide victim and respect their and their family's privacy. Use wording that is positive and supportive and focuses on recovery, prevention, and stories of hope. Include information and resources for suicide and self-harm prevention and coping strategies. Try to include it in both the video itself and the description of the video. Do not use sensationalist language or dramatic visuals. Provide context, but avoid discussing how the victim died by suicide. Do not mention the methods or locations. Blur content that contains images of suicide victims. You can blur your video with the editor in YouTube Studio. What happens if content violates this policy? Okay, done. Warnings and supportive resources. YouTube may show features or resources to users when content contains suicide or self-harm topics. For example, a warning on your video before it starts playing, indicating that it contains content relating to suicide and self-harm. A panel under the video containing supportive resources such as phone numbers or suicide prevention organization. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this topic policy, but I would say this is very serious stuff. Hopefully people don't do this very often, talk about this often, or take this kind of topic lightly. Whoever you are, whether you are a viewer, whether you are a content creator, whether you use for the YouTube services for anything, right? Suicide and self-harm is a very serious topic. You don't want to literally, if they are in this state of mind, be supportive, be friendly, be hopeful, right? I used to be like that long ago. I mean, I guess it's been more than a decade. It's nothing really serious. It's just that I thought about it. I've considered very at my lowest point, at least, so to speak. But not anymore. It hasn't been like that for a long time. I've never wanted to live as much as I am now, as I can say. So yeah, there's a lot of things life can give, and I would say might not be in my position to say this, right? But I think life is worth living. Life is worth living, no matter how hard it is. Right? It's painful, but yeah. Anyways, I think we're done with this topic, sensitive content. Should I continue? I'm pretty sure my throat is giving way now. So yeah, I think I have to stop over here. But yeah, I'll continue doing this next week, right? Next week I'll continue part 2 of the community guidelines. It's expected I won't be able to finish this entire thing. There's still a lot more. I only managed to finish 2 subjects. There's still spam, deceptive practices, regulated goods, violent or dangerous content, and legal policies. I would say this is much more than Twitter, much more than Twitch. Is much more thorough than Twitch's community guidelines. So this might take some time to be able to go through the entire thing, but I do hope not all of them are very long, because we already it was kind of quick. We covered all of this, so hopefully I'm also quick at covering the rest of everything. But yeah, anyone has any questions? Any questions at all? No questions? I'll wait for 5 minutes like that, alright? Wait for 5 minutes like that. Let you come. Anyone that's shy, don't be shy. I won't bite you. I won't do anything to you. We're just here to be more knowledgeable. We're just here to learn to be open to more things to learn about. Although what I can inform you, what I can explain to you, can tell you is pretty much what I have learned myself, as well as how I approach life. Right? I approach life in a very critical way, but also for the benefit of society. In the sense that don't harm people in any way possible, whether it's physical or mental, right? While still trying to uphold certain quote-unquote justice, quote-unquote peace, happiness, coexistence. Because I feel like the world doesn't have enough of a open-mindedness to compromise, to be accepting of everyone, to compromise things that might be harmful to people, that might be hurtful to people, instead of prioritizing what is right. I'm running out of water. Let's change the music. Okay, calming music, calming music. Maybe I should like put something like as I rest, maybe something like a huge see. While I rest, alright, I have time. I have time to accept questions. Might as well take this time to sit back and relax. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh. What's happening? 42%. People want 42% has been contributed to me wanting to play Ready or Not. I'm gonna get some water, alright? Post your questions when you can, right? All right. So no questions? Let me check. Probably no questions. Yeah, no questions. All right, I'm back, but I am going to be stopping the stream now. We'll continue this next week, all right? We continue on the legal investigation next week. So for now, thank you so much for watching the stream. Hope you enjoyed it, all right? Hope you learned something out of it. I did a few things here and there, but yeah. Also, thank you to all who have been supporting me. I feel very, I'm very happy. I feel very happy. I'm very grateful. Appreciate that whatever I'm doing right now is kind of helping people. Hope it continues to help a lot more people, right? So, any case, tomorrow will be Friday. I'll be playing a horror game, which is not really so much of a horror now, called Ghostwire. All right, we're continuing Ghostwire Tokyo tomorrow. But for now, as always, whenever I end my streams, I will be going to raid someone, and it's hard not to want to raid there, but you know what? Yeah, I'll raid Rika. We'll raid Rika. Okay, let's go raid Rika. Go, go, go! So, Rika is one of my favorite VTubers. She is currently playing Dinkum, a sort of Animal Crossing / Australia simulator. She's playing together with her favorite VTuber, also mine as well, called Kaisi. She's on a hiatus, so you'll be able to check her out when she's playing with Rika. In any case, let's go raid her. Okay, putting up the raid, then message, raid, message 2. Right, so thank you all for coming by. I'm very, very happy you're all here. And yeah, see you all soon. Take care, stay hopeful, but be critical, alright? Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.